chop suey, Hong Kong garden takeaway. Dun, 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 dun. I need to turn the main light off. I need to take my jumper off, do I? I don't know, fuck it. If you're commenting, I can't see ya. Hello, Ewan. Hold on. I'm just cleaning my glasses. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, my favourite Angloid streamer. How kind. How kind. I don't think there are too many of us. I probably should do more Angloid news, but I can't really be asked, to be honest. Well, I can, that's not true. It's kind of like, it's just like shit, isn't it? Just shit's boring. You know, like, who cares that the entire Conservative government is defecting to reform? It's like, oh, brilliant news. How interesting. Good to see you. Morning. Hello, Silent Scythe. Hello, Claire. Hello, everyone. TikTok is falling apart. I mean, TikTok have seemingly lost their biggest news content creator to this platform, all because they won't pay him. And I think something that's worth saying, because they won't pay him and because they keep destroying his content. I know obviously I'm smaller, but like, let's be real here. That platform, like, it doesn't give a shit about losing me. Losing him is something significant. But it's lost, like, a multitude of, like, really good young content creators because it stopped paying them. And also because it just makes content creation impossible if you talk about rolling news as your main source of, like, viewership and income. It doesn't work as a platform because, like, okay, on YouTube, let's say I get a copyright dispute on my video, they have a tool to edit out. Like, if any of you watched the VOD from yesterday, it'll look a bit weird because I had to edit out the ending of the VOD because the video we showed, unfortunately, had copyrighted music on, and so I had to edit that out. But it's like, it does that, whereas whereas TikTok would be like, we are going to steal all of your money, and we are going to pay you 30 pence for 1 million views because you made a video about Palestine. So that's exciting. Speaking of, on Friday, we've got an exciting episode of No Politic Here coming up with a TikToker, which should be exciting. James Ray, if any one of you are familiar with him, so that'll be exciting. A Canadian, an American, and a British man walk into a No Politic Here podcast. What's this Upscrolled app? Oh, I don't know. I've seen people talking about it, and I'd like to have this belief that it'll do well, but I fear that it will just be like another flash in the pan. Like, what was the one? Red something that everyone said they were going to use to replace TikTok? Multi-stream incoming. Maybe I'll multi-stream at some point in the near future. I'll hopefully get it done because we're going to have a little break again. But I think one of the good things that you will get during the break this time is there'll still be No Politic Here. And also, I'll see if I can stream again. It's just, I was talking to techie people who are in the mods and asking them about, like, asking them about, like, what can I do vis-a-vis getting a laptop? And they were like, oh, it's difficult. Red Note, thank you. Thank you, you've all told me it's called Red Note. The Raider of Ramallah is such a hypocrite. Yeah, the Raider of Ramallah is such a fucking hypocrite. The break also won't be as long, by the way. It'll be just under 3 weeks. One day I'll be over there and be able to stream properly. It just doesn't look that practical at the moment. I need such a powerful laptop, and I don't know anyone who's going to sell me one for cheap, and I don't know anyone in Montreal who'll be like, hey, can I borrow your PC? But And also, by the way, Dylan Page talked about this, and by the way, Dylan Page must have been making fucking bank. If you know who Dylan Page is, we're actually going to watch his video later, I think. It's quite long, but it is genuinely worth watching. Because first of all, I'll probably get my own video reacting and discussing it out of it. And second of all, I'm going to make a couple of videos from this stream talking about this kind of stuff. But we've still got a lot of stuff to do. So it's exciting. See, I'm making strange noises. Maybe appear on Time Team. Oh, gosh, Mr. Leaky, you love this bloody Time Team thing. I don't. It's offensive towards me. But yeah, TikTok is fucked. TikTok is a fucked platform. Pretty unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna do my I am live on X, Y, and Z thing in a second. I'm getting an advert to watch my own stream. I'm getting an advert from Loaded, and I can maybe buy some cheap FIFA points, I assume. So that's good news. And I'm actually just watching myself chat right now. I look great in this white shirt, don't I? This is it's a banger shirt. It's actually a t-shirt, I suppose. Don't forget to like the stream. Indeed, indeed. What did the Radio of Ramallah do? I assume it's just crying about ice. It's like it's just so morally repugnant to sit there and be so upset by ice when you like legitimize and justify your service in the IOF. I'm sure you'd think that like people who work on the ICE desks, you know, enabling the deportations and all of the stuff, have no moral legitimacy, and that you would be appalled by anyone who chose to go on an ICE raid of a family's home for fun. Yet, you know, now it's all like, oh, my past is clean, apparently. My daughter just got the Wordle, probably better than I'll do today. Congratulations to your daughter, though. Don't reveal to me what it is. Probably also crying about Iran. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, the Iran thing's funny. I mean, I was always going to get comments where, boost your volume. Okay, weird. Weird that people are complaining about the volume. It must be that Rhoda has fucked up. No, Rhoda hasn't fucked up. Okay. That's really odd. How is it now? I think maybe I just needed to move the microphone closer. I'm not actually really sure. Is this better? Or because if it isn't, I'm a bit perplexed as to what's causing the issues. Sorry, I'm making strange noises. Is it too loud now? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be live. Has anyone watched a night of the what is it? A night of the kingdoms, a night of the seven kingdoms? I thought the first episode was pretty good. I haven't seen episode 2 yet. The first episode was pretty good. I heard someone say, "Oh, it's shit," but I don't know. I thought it was pretty decent. So. Okay, right, I'm gonna just do my thing. Hello everyone, I am live on YouTube right now. I'm going to be discussing TikTok falling apart, all of the new censorship going on there, and more updates on the ICE shooting and the Trump administration's response. So once again, seeing this on Instagram, link is right here. And if you're on TikTok, go into my bio. There is a link there and you can watch it. Sorry for not posting many short form videos. I will get back to it, I promise. Look at that. I also look a bit greasy, which is I'm not best pleased about, but we move. I'm also upset because I shaved. I tried to shave better, and I've just actually, and I messed it up, and I've got like an ingrown hair, I think, and it really hurts, and now I can't shave, so there's gonna have to be a stubble for a few days. I won't be doing an ASMR stream, I'm afraid. I really also do want to cover the Tectone stuff, but I don't know. I haven't done enough research, and obviously you want to be careful with these idiots in America who have loads and loads of money, because that guy is such a pathetic little worm. A bit like Asmongold, a bit like all of them. Signed to bring back the mustache. I don't know. I don't think so. Caught my first live. Hello from Massachusetts. Boston, Massachusetts? Is that where the very smart boy from Good Will Hunting's at? I know him well. Okay, right. We're going to start with something different today. Actually, we're going to start with Flake. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, that was a good start. Fakes? No, it's not normally plural, but no, I think it does. It have to be fakes? Does it have to be fakes? Ooh, I really want to get it in 2. Who's worse, Foozy Tube, Vitali, or Asman? Jesus. Oh. I mean, if it's Freak, oh my god, if it's Freak and I literally oh my god, I was going to guess Freak. Oh, it's Freak, isn't it? Oh, I almost got it in one. I've never ever got the Wordle in one before. I've got it in two. Yeah. Foozy Tube is Palestinian. Yeah, it's hard to give a moral judgment on who's the worst out of a horrible crop of people. Hong Kong Garden Takeaway. Oh, it looked like I could move the link on my... Does anyone else remember the days where I used to stream on on TikTok? How upset you guys would be. Now I'm here barely doing anything on there, and I just go on here. That shows you how much regard I have for my community. I'm such a kind and nice-hearted man. Sorry. Freddy Freaker situation. Tried up scrolled, kept crashing. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I really was going to use Freak. I was like, but then I was like, oh no, let's try something different, I think I said. Or maybe I'm now just like already misremembering it. I got my health insurance sorted out this morning, not paying $700 monthly premium. Jesus Christ, I'm glad to hear you got it sorted out. Oh, just awful. Just awful. But then again, healthcare in the UK is so bad now. Oh, this isn't the one I wanted to do. We haven't done this one anymore. I don't think this one's so good. I think Connections is actually really the best one to do with all of you. The other issue I'm having is, for some reason, whenever I... oh, wait. No. It's fine. Oh, wait. I could have done this the whole time to fix it. Also, cannot believe I'm nearly at the fucking membership goal already. That's insane. The redo of the membership goal, we already hit 100, and I put this on just for like, oh, maybe we'll hit it. But thank you all so much for going on a crazy membership drive. Right, sorry. Okay. Okay, Rabbi. Oh no. Rabbi, it's going to be in the pro-Israel one. I'm joking. Are we allowed to guess in chat? Of course you are. Weaver, my favourite Dota hero. Buffalo, my favourite Dota hero. Rabbi. Fleece. Ruffle. No, it's Russell, isn't it? Is a Weaver. Oh, okay, I think you might be right. Rattle, Milk, and... Goa Snake? Is Goa Snake? Squeeze, drain, milk, fleece. Ah. Drain, milk. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I thought it would go with that, but then it was Ruffle that kind of confused. Ruffle, Rattle... Cow, and there's one more that goes with this. Go, it is a snake. I thought so. Oh no, but then it's not. It can't be snake, can it? I think it's Ruffle, Rattle, Cow, and one other. You have to guess which of the connections go together. Oh, I think it's like this one goes together. Okay, right. Foster Field. Weave. Could it be? I don't think it's Badge Goer Rabbi Moose. Why is it Badge Goer Rabbi Moose? Goer Rabbi Moose. Moose. Why is it that? Sorry, it's not moose. Oh, you're right. It's rabbit, badge. They wouldn't have put badger, goat. Yep. Very good. Nice one. Okay, right. Cow... rattle... Is it... There is a weaver snake. Okay. Field, and then... What's the other, though? There is a weaver snake. Rattle, field snake, I'm assuming. Buffalo snake? No, it's not snakes. I think it is ruffle, rattle... rattle, cow... Foster? That is one away. It is this. Oh. I'm not actually right. I don't think buffalo snake is a real thing, no. Buffalo soldier. Weaver. They eat eggs, I think. Cow snake. Is it field? Fuck it. I don't know what it was. Daunt. What? Buffalo. Cow, rattle, ruffle. What is buffalo? Buffalo. I thought I had that. Daunt. I knew it was that, but I just couldn't get it. Thanks, Darren. I enjoy the streaming myself. Thanks for your watching and all of this. Iconic actresses. Close Field Foster Weaver. Oh. No, I can't believe I messed that up. Oh, well. Right. We move. That's disappointing. After a great Wordle showing, I've messed this up. I'm actually really down about this. I don't know what to say. Oh. Okay, so in case you guys didn't know, or you hadn't heard, today is the first day since 2014 when there has been no Israeli hostage left in Gaza. Israel says its army has received the remains of the last captive, Ran Gavili. Is this someone from post-October the 7th, or is this someone from before? So yeah, this is the last... The last Israeli hostage. Their body has been allegedly turned over. I don't know if it's been identified. If this is the last we'll hear of it, but Israel and Netanyahu are saying that this is like a major step towards victory, that they're incredibly proud and happy with what they've done. However, I think that ultimately Netanyahu has apparently already said that, Netanyahu has actually already said apparently that demilitarization comes first, not rebuilding. So yeah, it's a difficult position. Demilitarization. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the exact quote. Yeah. Okay, here it is. So from Al Jazeera breaking, Netanyahu says next step is demilitarization, not reconstruction, apparently from an Al Jazeera live update. To be honest, okay, so there's two things to read recently. There's a US military buildup in the Middle East right now. And I think there's actually another one. There's a US aircraft carrier that Abraham Lincoln has actually... Oh my God, Reuters' new paywall is so annoying. Everything is becoming paywalled. But anyway, the Abraham Lincoln has just reached the region, the USS Abraham Lincoln. And part of me doesn't think that they're actually going to go and start something with Iran, because I don't think they have enough in the region. I don't think that the prediction, because by the way, what Israel wants is the collapse of the Iranian government. That's exactly what they want. You know, that's the outcome. They don't want anything short of that. And so it feels unlikely that the US will be able to return it, and this feels like a missed opportunity in that they're so far beyond the protest now. Like, the sentiment hasn't gone away, but people being openly in the street seems to be a bit of a distance away. And so perhaps what they're going to do is Israel's going to attack Gaza, and this is just brought into the region to protect Israeli assets / discourage an Iranian or a Houthi attack on Israel, because Israel's Iron Dome is entirely reliant on huge amounts of support. I mean, DJ Khaled is popular because of that jet ski video.
Not sure if that's them boys over there. Not sure, so focus. Okay, I see him. He think he gonna get me this time? It's not gonna happen.
Hold on. Can we please boycott Al Jazeera? Have you not seen what they have been posting and covering? I haven't really been going to Al Jazeera. Are you talking about their Syria analysis? Is that your complaint?
I'm very focused. He's still around us. He thinks we're gonna slip. He played himself. It's what you call a crazy big yacht. Now, them boys, they lurked away, but they around. I'm not. They everywhere. We not falling for the trap.
What was the context of this? Why was he just filming police boats and going, they everywhere?
They everywhere. Stay focused. Ride with me. Shot my brother Rose. You see how this pulled up in them skis? Rose, you see them yachts, rich forever. Oh, you think it's a game? I'm out here, boy. You know, we all neighbors. We at Rose's crib, pulled up on the jet skis, about to eat some lunch. Shout out to Amaris, the chef. You see, we at Rose.
Hello, Ethan Spaceman. Good to see you.
How you doing? Alright, it's dark. In a minute, there ain't gonna be no lights to navigate us to where we need to go. I'm gonna check in with y'all. Alright? It's pitch black out here. Put the flash on the phone. If y'all know Jay-Z, tell her to call me.
Why was he just filming this? I guess this was just a different era.
The key is to make it.
Does he do this kind of stuff anymore? I'm much less familiar with what DJ Khaled is up to these days than I was back then.
The key is to make it. It's so dark out here. We don't know where the hell we at, but the key is to make it. The key is never give up. It's not easy to win. I know that. It's so real out here right now. The only reason why you see anything is because I got the flash on. We will succeed. The key is not to drive your jet ski in the...
Hey,
It is utterly ridiculous.
what a funny one. Flesh Deficiency, who gifted all the memberships yesterday, got a membership from you, Tara Trevor Trove. Thanks for the one gifted. Good to see you guys as always, and enjoy your membership, Flesh Deficiency.
Dark. This is against the law, not even just that. This ain't right. This shit real out here, boy. This shit real out here.
I also feel like back in this time, DJ Khaled was way more popular at the time. Like, what did DJ Khaled even do? What were his songs that were, like, kind of sent him to prominence? Because I do remember him. But was it more just going, DJ Khaled? And we the best music.
God is good. We made it. They never said it was easy to win.
In another life, this man would have been working with the Palestinian Authority. He would have been, this is who they should have brought in to run the Board of Peace. Look how he never navigated such a troubling moment as getting lost on his jet ski. If this isn't the kind of ability you need to, you know, work on the Board of Peace, then I don't know what actually is.
Feels good to be back to the pathway of more success. Feels great. Lion!
I forgot he used to just say these things. Oh, that's it. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. Yeah, that's where I remember it from. God. Oh, Jesus Christ. The fact that this was just really popular was really of its time, wasn't it? All I do is win. I don't even know what's in the Billboard Top 100. What's in the Hot 100 of the Billboard? Bruno Mars, I Just Might. The Fate of Ophelia. Man I Need, Olivia Dean. Golden. Ordinary. Choosing Texas. I don't know any of these songs. So, that's intriguing. Yeah, I don't know anything that's in the Billboard Top 100, but then again, I don't listen to that kind of music, so intriguing as always. There's a lot of Taylor Swift in the Billboard Top 100. I'm trying to actually find the first song that I know on here. I'm sure if I heard some of these, I would know them, but I can't find any song on the Billboard 100 that I know so far. I must know some of them. I'm not being like, oh, I don't know any of them, but I just don't know any of them by name. Okay, this is bad. I don't know anything like by name. When Did You Get Hot by Sabrina Carpenter. Nice. Tame Impala. I mean, I know who people are. I don't know any music on there. God Save the Queen, Lo-Fi. Is that a thing? God Save... Oh, wait. I thought you were talking about the Sex Pistols song. Probably God Save the Queen being done like as that, like a lo-fi hip-hop of the British national anthem. By the way, also, please respect, it's actually the King. And also, by the way, it's not because I'm too British. It's because I don't really listen to much. I don't listen to I don't listen to the radio, and I only really listen to music I like on my only really listen to music I like on my phone. So my Spotify's just stuff I actually like. You know, like Big Iron by who's it even by from from Fallout New Vegas? Marty Robbins. To the town of our Frio rode a stranger one fine day. That's a banger. Marty Robbins, Gunfighter Ballads or whatever it's called. Also, by the way, to the person who was like, oh, we shouldn't listen to Al Jazeera, probably on Syria news, you're right. Al Jazeera's ideologically aligned with Turkey, and Turkey's desire, like they're part of the same bloc as Turkey, and Turkey's desire is to wipe out Kurdish independence in the region. So, yeah, Turkey, anything aligned with Turkey isn't going to be doing the best reporting. Al Jazeera's good on Palestine and stuff generally, but not always. If you want to find out about Kurdish news, I'd recommend Rudor, because it's run out of Iraqi Kurdistan. It's pretty good. You know what's interesting as well? If you want to see how narratives are shaped on the internet, like, it really does feel like Iran protests in solidarity with Iranians were really heavily covered. But, like, now when it comes to these Kurdish protests, there have been almost none, because Al Jazeera obviously has a lot of narrative control amongst, like, a lot of people who are interested in Syria and stuff and interested in the Middle East, and so can kind of prevent there being, like, a major narrative developing around Kurds and stuff. Maybe one could make that argument. But also simultaneously, there's the other issue of, like, Western governments are pretty happy with the situation in Syria. I mean, they want Jolani to succeed, or al-Shara to succeed, so it's a pretty complex situation. Yeah, Texas Red really thought that... No, he's the Arizona Ranger. Texas Red is the bandit. Ground news ad when? Depends how many memberships I get. One day, maybe I will have to take the ground news membership without enough memberships. And let me see if I still... I have access to ground news, I think. Yeah, I do. Made the mistake of looking at the comments on r/London post about the Iranian protests and hot damn. Yeah, I mean, the Iran protest thing is interesting. Apparently the death toll is now at 30,000, according to Time magazine. Which would, by the way, if that is the case, there would literally be no precedent of, like, any protest in recent history where that many people have been killed. Now, I don't believe that thousands of people being killed is implausible, but I do find these 30,000 numbers a bit shaky, because it's like, apparently a local health official has said it. You've seen other people claim that 80,000 were killed in Iran. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not such a big believer. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but... yeah, remains to be seen. Somebody posted about how it was suspect that ostensibly pro-Iranian were flying US and Israeli flags, and it was just full of people being incredulous as to why it doesn't make much sense. What, pro-Iranian protesters flying Israel flags? Oh no, they love that shit. I mean, even inside inside Iran, there are people who are like that, who are really pro-Israel. You know, kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they also view themselves as having been betrayed.
Like law enforcement.
But yeah. Okay, right. Let's get into ICE news. There's a Greg Bovino statement that might be worth watching, but it's also certainly someone who's clipped this horrifying little part.
Names like Gestapo, or calling law enforcement names like Gestapo.
Don't call the law enforcement names like Gestapo.
Or using the term kidnapping. That is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices. And then when you choose, when someone chooses to listen to a politician, a so-called journalist, a community leader that spouted that type of vilification towards law enforcement or anything else, when you choose to listen to that, that is a choice, and there are consequences and actions there also. I think we saw that yesterday. Calling law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the final death toll in El Fasher was, and what they kind of, like, came to the conclusion of. Someone said there were tens of thousands of civilians who'd been mass executed. Some people estimated 60,000 were killed. But that would mean that, like, I think the IRGC are capable of killing, you know, many scores of people. But the notion that they would kill, like, more people than the RSF did in Sudan is really hard for me to believe.
Names like Gestapo.
Names like Gestapo.
I like this guy. I'm starting to get a real love for Greg Bovino, because he's such a peculiar little man.
When he's like, names like Gestapo.
He's a very, very sweet boy. Someone said that Someone keeps saying that Greg Bovino was caught jacking off in a stairwell.
For just a second, what
He's been on some crazy shit, though. Trump. The Trump using Truth Social thing is so insane. He must be about the only user left on the platform. Fucking hell.
The U.S.
Sorry, what is he posting here? The World History Network.
Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has reached the Arabian Sea and is currently positioned near the Gulf of Oman, which is very close to Iran. From this position, fighter jets can take off from the aircraft carrier and carry out bombing missions against Iran at any time. In addition to this, the United States...
I like how whatever software he's used only has the ability to not generate explosions, but rather fireworks. So that's good.
...against Iran at any time. In addition to this, the United States has delivered advanced air defense systems and other military equipment to all its bases across the Middle East. The Carrier Strike Group has been deployed close to Iran specifically for this reason, to conduct airstrikes if required. A Carrier Strike Group typically consists of 6 to 8...
Why did... By the way, this is on the official Trump account.
8 ships. This includes 1 aircraft carrier, which carries around 70 fighter jets and support aircraft. This is followed by 2 to 3 guided missile destroyers, mainly Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers, which are used for air defense as well as cruise missile attacks. If the United States launches an attack on Iran, Tomahawk cruise missiles would likely be fired from these Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers. The strike group also includes 1 guided missile cruiser, usually a Ticonderoga-class cruiser. Its primary role is to intercept and neutralize incoming enemy missiles, and it plays a key role in protecting the aircraft carrier. In addition, the Carrier Strike
Is this AI?
Group includes 1 nuclear-powered attack submarine, which is also capable of launching Tomahawk cruise missiles. Finally, there is 1 supply or logistics ship, responsible for providing fuel, weapons, and other essential supplies to the combat ships. This Carrier Strike Group has been deployed by the United States specifically for a potential attack on Iran and is currently awaiting...
Right, that's certainly an interesting thing. The Iranian people have asked Trump for help in their battle with the mullahs. President Trump responded, help is on its way. So what, is he going to strike them? I mean, sorry, I'm just also looking at his other videos. I mean, this is what they post.
Trump was traveling to Switzerland aboard Air Force One. An unusual incident occurred with his aircraft. On January 20th, 2026, the U.S. president and his aircraft were flying toward Switzerland. President Trump was scheduled to address the World Economic Forum there and was also expected to meet the world...
This is AI, isn't it? This account is
The
AI.
Donald Trump
What is this? Wait, I have to see this one.
has launched can be described as what an economic buster bombs against countries that support Greenland and oppose Donald Trump's plan to bring Greenland under American control. Trump has announced that any country which resists his plan to include Greenland...
What an odd AI account. Like, why is your key citation here Al Jazeera?
Greenland as part of the United States will face heavy tariff bombs. So basically, Greenland has now become an ego issue for Trump. According to Trump, Greenland is no longer just an icy island, but has become a matter of U.S. national security. He argues that if the United States does not take control of Greenland, Russia and China will move...
This is quite an interesting account for them to repost. Like, I mean, first of all, the animation is terrible. But second of all, like, it's calling Trump, like, it's calling Greenland an ego issue, and the official Trump administration reposted this. Like, why?
...in and dominate the region. So basically, Greenland has now become an ego issue for Trump. Following these threats, France, Germany, Britain, Norway, Sweden, and other European countries have declared their support for Denmark and have even announced plans to send their military forces to Greenland.
Oh, also, some of the sounds, like this one was like, yeah, that one there was like, oh my God.
China has also entered the arena. Responding to the United States, China stated that if America wants Greenland, it should not use China's name to justify its actions. China made it clear that Greenland belongs to Europe and that China has nothing to do with it. On this issue, both China and Russia are openly supporting Europe.
Oh!
The big question now is how this situation will unfold. Will Trump's insistence prevail, or will European pressure succeed in stopping him?
I like how he just keeps repeating the same advert, the same part of it, sorry, over and over again.
What do you think? Share your opinion in the comments section. The U.S. Delta Force can carry out a covert operation at any time to kidnap the Iranian supreme leader, similar to how an attempt was made to kidnap Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro.
Look at the AI photo of Maduro! It's giving him a fade!
The United
Look, wait, look at his
President
haircut!
Nicolas Maduro.
Look at that haircut! Oh my god,
Nicolas Maduro.
that is
the
how...
United States Navy, similar to how an attempt was made to kidnap Venezuela's President.
Sorry, what does Maduro's actual haircut look like? Because it is certainly not that. Look at his real haircut.
Nicolas Maduro. The United States Navy has increased its naval presence in the Persian Gulf and nearby waters amid rising tensions with Iran. Satellite imagery and open-source reporting show several U.S. naval vessels actively positioned to enhance readiness and deterrence in the region.
This is my #1 news source, and it's just making that fucking sound again.
Roosevelt, a U.S. aircraft carrier, is present in the Persian Gulf along with its complete carrier strike group. Alongside this, a large number of Aegis-class destroyers are deployed in the Mediterranean Sea to protect Israel. In addition, an unknown number of Ohio-class guided missile submarines have moved close to Iran, from where Tomahawk cruise
Yeah, I'm really enjoying that they can only, as I said, they can only do firework animations.
missiles could be launched against Iranian targets. Littoral combat ships have also been deployed. There are also reports that the USS Abraham...
Yeah, I'm aware that the slop isn't, that this is worthless. That this isn't, like, really good military analysis. It's just funny. Like, I'm sorry, Sky News aren't going to create a photo of Maduro with a low taper fade.
Lincoln aircraft carrier, along with its complete strike group, has departed and is heading toward Iran. Iran has issued a warning that if the United States attacks Iran, Iran will target U.S. military bases located across the Middle East. The U.S.
Wow.
Delta...
I am certainly learning. Yeah, I do want to see. I mean, this is a very interesting account because, like, this just really makes me want to click it. What would ever be the context for that being a thumbnail? I won't click it, but I am really interested to know what's going on there. All eyes on Suzu. We protect your gold. Nobel Peace Prize. Afghanistan, Pakistan. This person's been working at it for a long time. Here's an image of... Who's he with there? There's MBS with... I don't even know who this one... Is that MBS twice? And Netanyahu with a rocket launcher? Sanction. Well, I mean, Trump posted one of their videos. What's their most popular video? Hold on, let's have a look. It's probably the one that the White House reposted. Oh my god, no, it's not. There's one of Israel blowing up the flotilla, which maybe isn't that wrong. Also, these videos get like millions of views.
Israel has launched a massive aerial assault on Iran, deploying 200 fighter jets to strike over
Why is it green?
100 key locations across the country. The targeted sites reportedly include nuclear enrichment facilities and missile manufacturing plants, marking one of the most extensive strikes in recent history.
That's enough. Right,
the USS
Right, we'll get back to whatever the hell Trump was up to. He said he's had a meeting with Tim Waltz. Okay, so there hasn't really been like many updates. I think that there are still pretty large protests in Minneapolis, but it remains to be seen what is actually gonna happen. So Trump is saying, Governor Tim Waltz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a very similar wavelength. I told Governor Waltz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that we are looking for what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We have had such tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana, and virtually every other place that we have touched. And even in Minnesota, crime is way down, but both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. Right. I am pretty interested into what's going on here. Tim rolling over as usual. May also be that Trump's looking for an off-ramp because, I mean, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal that was kind of like talking about this, or, wait, hold on. I think I saved it on, Twitter, and it seemed like apparently there's quite a lot of ire about the way that things have been handled. I'm not really 100% sure. Hold on, let me see. Yeah.
Back.
CNN reports it. Apparently they're really annoyed at Kristi Noem. So it's actually not looking like it may be Stephen Miller who's for the high jump. It probably will be Kristi Noem, which would probably make more sense with her just being generally like a little less competent or important. Like Stephen Miller's not a great guy. Let's have a listen.
Backlash after the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy by immigration agents in Minneapolis, as videos are contradicting the account that is coming from the federal government tonight. There's mourners that are paying respects to the ICU nurse on the ground in Minneapolis, as there's growing criticism coming from inside the Department of Homeland Security, where multiple DHS officials tell my colleague CNN's Priscilla Alvarez they're furious with how the agency and Secretary Kristi Noem is handling the shooting.
So after the last thing, I looked into like the like torture inside ICE facilities. By the way, I may even make like a small video after this of just like, or like a little stream segment that I might want into a video of like, is ICE like Israel? There are reports, by the way, that like the Israelis, these ICE agents have developed an obsession with beating men on their genitals, which is something that the Israelis absolutely love doing. Beating young men on their genitals, and it doesn't surprise me. But once again, they killed a white man in the street, and that's the issue.
Some of those sentiments have been fueled by what we heard from Secretary Noem earlier in a swift defense.
Seeing Crispy Noem, Crimson Noem, she's so amazing.
Of the federal officers involved, and also her claims about Preddy himself. Priscilla joins me now, and Priscilla, what are you hearing exactly from these officials? What did they make of what they're hearing from Secretary Noem?
Well, Caitlin, as they've had more time to absorb the videos that have been circulating on social media and that the American public has also been looking at and dissecting, they have grown more frustrated and more concerned, not only about the
I think Tim is doing anything to try to cool things down, but people are not letting up. I mean, yeah, it does look that way, and it's just going to be really hard to cool down the environment. I think it's like a major problem for the US government that this has gone absolutely terribly, that they haven't really... Like, once again, what Trump kind of actually wanted to do is encourage, like, people to have no desire to support or show solidarity in any way with migrants, to basically make it feel like anyone associated with an immigrant of any kind was like some kind of monstrous, horrifying individual who's worthy of death. But it's not really worked. People are rallying around because it's like, hey, the US government, there are loads of videos of them just sort of murdering people.
Shooting incident, but also the public response by the Department of Homeland Security. These are officials who are keenly aware that they risk even more reputational harm, which affects them in their operations and could also have long-term consequences that they are going to have to wrestle with in the years to come. Now, of course, this is all stemmed really from what they've seen online and what they've heard from the Trump administration. And in my conversations, they simply can't square, just as many other people who've observed this can't, what happened.
We need to cool it with the anti-ICE rhetoric. Yes, I understand what they are doing is controversial and not everyone agrees with it, but hate systems, not people. Yeah, I think I really agree with you there, Marcus. Brilliant thought. And sorry if you've already mentioned this, but I just saw ICE blew some poor woman's hand off. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. It's kind of crazy as well that most people would just accept that as like an acceptable thing to do, and it's only really killing where most people actually draw the line. It's just, this is such a difficult moment this is just such a difficult, impossible moment for them because no one is going to believe this. Like with Renee Good, the truth is all of these people at the top know that there is no justification for the killing of Renee Good, that realistically she was just murdered by an ICE agent. But what they do know is that they can sell that narrative to the MAGA base, and that their MAGA base will love it, and that they'll feel like Galileo, that all of the libs are defending all of this evil woman who attacked the police, who's responsible for all of the issues, and blah, 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 fucking blah. But the truth is that, like, but the truth is that when it comes to Alex Peretti, it's just impossible to defend.
In that shooting incident, and what the Department of Homeland Security Secretary has been saying, as you mentioned, Caitlin, she swiftly defended the agent yesterday, and this morning did much of the same. Take a listen.
He came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony. When he did that, interacting with those agents, when they tried to get him to disengage, he became aggressive and resisted them.
The reason I thought the gun looked crazy is because obviously it's pulled back and they've taken the clip out and it's not actually that crazy, excuse me. Also, it's kind of like, once again, I believe that my thought is proven correct, that Trump can only speak after he's been injected full of loads of stuff and like given all his meds to be able to speak competently. Because why has he not offered like any video commentary on this as of yet? It's pretty odd, isn't it? Like, it's such a significant event where we've got nothing out of it.
Now, she's also said that the intent here was to massacre law enforcement, that he was brandishing a weapon. And in the videos that have been made public, none of that appears to be true. And that is what Homeland Security officials are wrestling with. And their concern is that ultimately the secretary is doing a disservice to the department. In fact,
she's doing a disservice to the department because she's lying a little bit too brazenly.
Homeland Security official told me the following, quote, "The department needs a law enforcement leader, not a sycophant." In addition to that, I've heard that some Border Patrol agents who are on the ground in Minneapolis are starting to become unconvinced that this is a productive use of time, and that is doing operations there, given the tenuous situations that they are finding themselves in. So certainly, Caitlin, there are fractures within the Department of Homeland Security over this incident and the way the Trump administration has handled it so far.
Yeah, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you for that reporting. Anderson is back on the ground in Minneapolis. And Anderson...
Also, you keep commenting about Trump shitting himself. I've mentioned before, I don't think it's probably that unbelievable that Trump is always wearing adult diapers. Do you honestly think that someone who has a diet like he does, at an age like he does, is in any way capable of maintaining his bowel control? I don't think he's a very well bloke.
I think just given Priscilla's reporting, it also stands out that we heard from the Border Patrol official in charge earlier saying all those agents that you see in that video, they are still on the job. They just have been reassigned.
Yeah, by the way, that is insane that they just sent the ICE agents somewhere else to go kill other people in another country.
To other scenes, he said.
Sorry, in another state.
Out of concern for their safety.
And we have no update on any aspect of this investigation.
By the way, I also thought, because I listened to it a while ago, but I'm once again going to recommend Deportation Nation, the Dig podcast, which I think you can listen to fully for free online. Daniel Denver, though, who is the host of the Dig podcast, a great guy, I would highly recommend you check out this article, which I'm yet to finish. It's called Do Border by Denver. It's not very long, but it's like certainly a longer piece. I don't know how many words. I didn't get a chance to read all of it, but it's a really good thing about how basically there's kind of like this horrifying cycle in US politics where the Democrats are like, okay, we're just going to appease this Republican base by putting through some extremist bill, basically, that'll include maybe a bit of a a carrot for, you know, the more progressive libs who like the Democratic Party, who are going to be like, oh, no, we need you to maybe not just take away all immigrants' rights, but then simultaneously they'll put in like something that is, you know, to target immigrants, to harm them, and it never gets accepted. It never wins them popularity because it never fulfills or sates the desire of people whose entire politics revolves around immigration, because they want to see immigrants punished heinously. And then eventually it kind of shifts the discourse over and over again to what is acceptable rhetoric. Like when Asmongold was like screaming, "Oh, we blew up the Overton window." It's actually much more the Democrats who did that as well. Like, well, no, not much more, but they play a major role in that kind of shit, you know? Like, that's what happens. Like, they play a role in just, like, blowing this up and changing all of this. Settler colonies are not sustainable. Well, I mean, in a sense, maybe not, but, like, the US is different from Israel in that the US has a closed frontier, so it is somewhat more sustainable. Dems are always wanting to appeal to some made-up, reasonable conservative. Yeah, and it's just talking about, like, how something so repugnant as... what I was trying to remember, what Obama rolled out was something that was basically instituted under Bush, and then Obama really pushed it out. It was called, like, the Safer Communities Act, I think. And what it did was basically any law enforcement agency has to provide ICE with all arrests that are carried out in that area, so ICE can cross-reference and can come and take the people. And Trump has basically just ramped this up, you know. Before Trump was in power, they'd built a huge amount of the wall, but oh my fucking god, Trump is currently with Melania looking crazy, but Trump just turned it into a much more theatrical thing. They disagree on how to sell those policies. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Daffy, that it's basically how to sell them. Look at this photo of Trump. He looks fucking crazy. I like how also they're probably hiding his little bruised up hand. Melania the movie is a must watch. Get your tickets today. Selling out fast. As if is there only one showing of the Melania movie?
And as you know, state officials are not part of this investigation, and according to state officials, they weren't allowed to the crime scene to do any kind of investigation or examination on their own, even though they had a search warrant signed by a judge. So there's a lot of questions about what sort of an investigation, actually, who are they?
The American police force are perhaps just upset that they've collaborated with ICE for so long, and now ICE won't allow them to collaborate back.
Actually investigating, and what are they investigating if they are? And there's certainly a lot of suspicion by people who are out in the streets, who just do not believe certainly what Secretary Noem has said, or Greg Bavino, who essentially echoed her.
By the way, these people have such stupid names. Greg Bavino and Kristi Noem. Really, really, really unbelievable that these are real politicians' names. Ugh.
In these allegations, accusing this man of essentially being a domestic terrorist. I mean,
yeah, Daniel Denver was kind of talking about on the podcast about how under the Obama administration, a lot of libs felt uncomfortable because it was like talking about the first, and some of them couldn't even really believe it, that the first black president was doing these kind of things. And yeah, Anderson Cooper is a stupid name as well. Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino was a proud Italian whose real name was Dan Bongino, so I think we should really, really, really bear that in mind, because we wouldn't want to upset young Isaac, my unfortunate podcast co-host from the land of Italy. But yeah, I mean, the closest thing we have to a Trump comment on this, by the way, aside from telling us that we need to go and see the Melania movie fast now, is this article where, once again, a telephone interview with the Wall Street Journal. That just feels weird. Like, why have we not got some video of him commenting on it or doing anything about it? Why is this all we have so far? Like, what is this? I don't really get it. Just looked it up. The Melania movie cost $75 million to make. Opening weekend said it made $5 million. I wonder if it'll do well at the Oscars this year. What's it even about? Like, is she a really interesting person? Like, is the basis of this just like I was gonna say, is the basis she's Italian, which would be brilliant, but unfortunately it's not. So there's no plot up. Oh, so it's not even premiered yet. Oh, I'd really like to go and see this. Guys, can you give me enough memberships to fund me to go and see this? Oh, wow, it's also showing at some point in the near future in a theater near me. I can't watch the trailer, can I? Is someone playing Trump in the film? Oh, no, wait, no, they just all play themselves. An intimate chronicle offers a rare glimpse into the life of Melania Trump, exploring her role as First Lady and her relationship with the president. How old's Melania? So she's a lot younger than Trump. She's like under 60 and Trump's like 1,000 years old. I'm just thankful we have easy access to cameras and a network to share. Without them, I feel like we would have slid into fascist shit way quicker, and the genocide in Gaza would have gone unnoticed. Yeah, I mean, but also simultaneously, I think something to bear in mind with that is like Palestinians.
It is utterly ridiculous.
Palestinians were also very skilled at internationalizing their cause and, making it just, I don't know, just doing very well at making it. Getting things out to the world, making sure people got it out in English, and I think that matters, because some of the questions I was asking yesterday was like, hey, I wonder why we haven't seen more out of the ICE detention facilities, but seemingly it's because some of them are just newly built, and, like, the level of brutality, targeted on mostly, people who are perhaps undocumented, whose family may not speak the best English, who may not have the best connections. It's going to take time to build those kind of networks. Obviously, this stuff has been happening for a long time before, but it's been accelerated in terms of its brutality. Can't believe I'm paying him so he can watch the Melania movie. Hell for Michelle, you're not just paying for that. Soon you're going to have a Red Labubu, and I don't think a Kunz Boo Boo, and I don't think that should be underestimated. What is the thing about Brett Ratner? Who is Brett Ratner? I don't really know much about him. She was trafficked and participated in Epstein, PS. Not much more to say. I can't believe they spent $75 million on it. Okay, right. Here's the closest thing, though, we've got to a Trump comment on all of this. We're reviewing everything, and we'll come out with a determination. I don't like any shooting. I don't like it. But I don't like it when somebody goes into a protest. He's got a very powerful, fully loaded gun with 2 magazines loaded up with bullets. Also, that doesn't play good either. At some point, we will leave. We're done. They've done a phenomenal job, Trump said. We'll leave a different group of people there for the financial fraud. It's the biggest fraud anyone has seen. We actually think California is going to be much bigger. He said Pretty was carrying a very dangerous gun, a dangerous and unpredictable gun. It's a gun that goes off when people don't know it. Part of me was wondering whether this was Trump, because there's not much. It sounds a little bit too coherent for Trump, but this kind of part of saying it's a dangerous and unpredictable gun does kind of sound like the sort of thing Trump would say. Also, my conspiracy about Trump needing to be pumped full of drugs to do anything, I think is also aided and abetted by this video of Trump calling Macron a few months ago.
Donald, I know it's very early in the morning for you.
Sorry, I love the French people. One of my greatest inspirational lecturers was French, but just hearing him go, hello, I know it's very early in the morning for you.
I'm sorry to call at that time. May I call you in 2 minutes with Zelensky, Starmer, and Merz? It's okay for you?
Yeah, go ahead. What's going on?
Because he accepted what you proposed on your on your message, meaning a ceasefire for 30 days and so on. So he's ready to announce it.
Did Putin accept also?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Nobel Prize for this.
So,
What? Nobel Prize pour ça?
For this.
so
Nobel Prize for this.
What did he say? Nobel Prize, please?
So, may I call you back with him and the others? In 2 minutes, I call you back?
That's good.
Okay?
It's great news. Good. Call me back.
I'll call you back in 2 minutes with the others. I call you back.
You're the greatest. You are the greatest.
No, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Donald. We are in Kiev.
Okay.
I'm with President Zelensky.
And a lot
Et beaucoup de journalistes.
of press. You have to know,
And
Mr. President.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer, President Donald Tusk, and Chancellor Friedrich Merz. So we are all together. And by the way, we had a very good discussion.
Like, also, just really interesting. I thought Trump didn't sleep. I thought Trump stayed up all night and was, like, working more than anyone else. So him being asleep for this meeting is a bit odd to me.
This morning, and we all backed your proposal of unconditional ceasefire for 30 days.
And of course, we need big pressure, I think, on Russia. If they don't want to support ceasefire, we need sanctions on them, put sanctions on them. I think it can work. What do you think, Mr. President?
I think they'll do it. I think they'll be fine. I really do. I think it's time. I had good talks with them. I think it's fine.
Il rejectait le cessez-le-feu. À la place, il proposait de parler aux Ukrainians. So, there you go. That's the very interesting phone call. But here you go. Did Trump say anything else in here? Oh, yeah, this, by the way, once again, this Wall Street Journal article. Trump says the administration is reviewing everything. It looks a little different. It's basically like, oh shit, people may be worrying about what Kristi Noem has said. But also, like, they did the same shit about Renee Good. It's all about optics. That's why they're changing it up. Okay, now, this is also an article about apparently how Trump is superhuman. So let's have a look into this. Trump tends to force the world to adapt to him. If there was a conspiracy of silence protecting Biden when questions arose about his mental and physical decline, there's a cacophony around Trump. Numerous members of his inner circle have clamored to tell me tales of the president's godlike virility. He can work harder, and he has a better memory, and he has more stamina, and has more energy than a normal mortal. Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller told me, the headline of your story should be the superhuman president. Guys, do you remember when you, like, grow up and they tell you, like, in North Korea, they're all told that President Kim Jong-un is, like, God, and he does everything, and, oh, he's, like, superhuman, he doesn't die and stuff, and it's like, nah, here's this being posted about Trump. When the president rests his eyes, Carolyn Levitt said, he's actually actively listening. His energy levels are so good, she claimed, that even the elite members of the military can't keep up with his work schedule. The Marine sentries who stand outside the Oval Office, they had to request more staff and bring up more Marines because the president is in the Oval Office so much. They've never had to do that before. They had to request more guys to stand by the door because they are running out of men to fill the shifts. Donald is running through men like no other president has ever before. If you look at his EKG, that tells it all. James Jones, the physician's assistant, told me. The AI analysis shows he's 14 years younger, so age 65. His stamina demonstrates that. We get a view that nobody else does. Nobody can stay up with him. The rest of his staff is tired. We are too, and he's not. You literally just heard a video of, like, the fact that this is being written is like, unbelievable. You just heard a video of him being being called during a significant moment. I get it probably was late, and all of this stuff and blah, 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 blah. However, simultaneously, like that, if you've got this guy who apparently stays up all night, you would think that he'd work his schedule around that to hear how his negotiations with Russia were going if he was like such a powerful superhuman. But no, apparently he was just tired. Yeah. Yeah, I know. No, he hasn't fallen asleep on live TV. He's resting his eyes so he can actively listen. A few weeks later, Kennedy told Miller's wife, Katie Miller, on her podcast that Mehmet Oz, the administrator for Medicare and Medicaid, had told him that Trump has the highest testosterone level he's ever seen for an individual who is over 70 years old. Texas Representative Ronnie Jackson, Trump's former physician, recalled for me the time he put the president on a treadmill during his first term to check his heart health and was shocked by what he saw. Trump wearing gym shorts and a red t-shirt. He looked like an athlete, for the record, Jackson said. Spent about 10 minutes walking at a brisk pace on incline, supposedly achieving what fewer than 10% of people his age could. His heart health is phenomenal. So much so that the cardiologist from his last exam pretty much told his medical team that based on his age, he's pretty much done with cardiac workups, he told me. Whatever he dies of someday, it won't be his heart. It's just like unbelievable. Do you think this is like the Shah 2.0? They're just lying to him about his own health. Maybe. I mean, they did literally cover up the Shah having cancer and they kept telling him it was other things. And so, like, maybe in the case of Trump, they are doing that. And maybe Trump has said, I don't want anything negative published about me. And it seems like what you have to do to be in the Trump administration is give uncritical loyalty. So while some of this stuff is funny, it's also like, and might just be like an overcompensation for for the fact that he is not a very well man, and they're all trying to show that they're his biggest fans. There's one place in particular where Rubio is unable to keep up with the president. Air Force One. Rubio said he needs to get some rest on overseas flights, but Trump never naps on the plane. So the Secretary of State, a man tasked with installing fear in the hearts of our enemies and confidence among our allies, spends part of most flights hiding from nearly 80-year-old man. There's an office with 2 couches, and I usually want to sleep on one of the 2 couches, but JD is in there, and he will not leave those damn couches alone. JD is constantly fucking the couches. But what I do is I cocoon myself in a blanket. I cover my head. I look like a mummy. Here Rubio mimed pulling a blanket over his body as if he was auditioning for a Snuggie commercial. And I do that because I know that at some point on the flight, he's going to emerge from the cabin and start prowling the halls. By the way, not appropriate stuff to be writing about someone who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Talking about, like, prowling the halls? I don't know. I would be careful with that one. To see who is awake. I want him to think it's a staffer who fell asleep. I don't want him to see his Secretary of State sleeping on a couch and think, oh, this guy is weak. When I asked about whether Trump catches these during those heavy-lidded moments on camera, Rubio scoffed. It's a listening mechanism, he said. Wow.
Never stops working.
Like, listen to this.
And so when you combine a work ethic that's unparalleled with a wish list that's very long and an appetite for success for the American people, this is what you get.
Yeah, hit the ground running. And but I guess we see that Donald Trump works in Trump speed, warp speed. But that also means that the people who work for him do the same. Do you ever find it hard keeping up?
I don't know of another mortal who could really keep up.
Right.
I work as hard as I can, and I think I do fine, or at least if I don't, he hasn't told me that yet. But it is superhuman pace. There's no question. And if you look around at the staff, they're all young.
By the way, look how fucking gauche her necklace is. Awful.
Young but me. So there's a reason.
The stories about the Kim dynasty are made up propaganda, but they are, but also they are true. Don't disparage Juche. It's literally a superior version of Marxism. I'm not quite sure if they're made up or not. I don't know. I've not done enough research on North Korea.
Reason for that.
Yeah, it's also really fucking cursed audio. And also just why do they keep saying this shit? Like, sorry, unwavering loyalty to President Trump or that's it.
You've seen people...
Oh, God. Sorry, there's a video of Benny Johnson here saying that there's a communist... Rep Eli Crane saying that there's a communist insurrection. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Fighting, the American federal government. And now it's happening on our own streets domestically. Would you call this an insurrection? What is happening in Minnesota? It is, certainly seems like it's on the level, and that also the Insurrection Act perhaps could or should be deployed. What's your take on that, Congressman?
Yeah, I do think it's a communist insurrection. I really do. And I do think that the president should invoke the Insurrection Act. And, the House Freedom Caucus is going to be, pushing that up the chain of command this week. Actually, some of our proposals, to the president. But like I said, I know he has many people around him that want him to take his foot off the gas and start hitting the brake. And I think that would be a massive mistake, especially as we've started to learn about how coordinated these attacks on aiding and abetting these anti-ICE protesters and impeding our law enforcement efforts there to get violent, criminals off the streets.
So you would classify it as an insurrection. You would support President Trump sending in the troops to Minneapolis?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when you look at these federal law enforcement individuals, most of them are trained to go in.
Yeah, globalize the insurrection, indeed.
And conduct.
God, in the UK, you'll probably get arrested for that. I bet like a translation of intifada is insurrection now.
Law enforcement officers, they don't get a ton of training on dealing with, coordinated efforts to impede their investigations. And that's where, the state and local police that Tim Walz and their mayor have denied, that's where they're supposed to be helping out.
God, who the fuck is this guy? Jesus fucking Christ. What a snooze fest. Boring. Okay, right. Actually, do you want to read an incredibly sad story? I'm going to put like a content warning up about this one, because this one is like hard to read from our future president and ruler, J.D. Vance. When I was in Minneapolis, I heard a number of crazy stories, but near the top of the list, a couple of off-duty ICE and CBP officers were going to dinner in Minneapolis. They were doxxed and their location revealed, and the restaurant was mobbed. The officers were locked in the restaurant, and local police refused to respond to their pleas for help as they've been directed by local authorities. Eventually, their fellow federal agents came to their aid. This is just a taste of what's happening in Minneapolis because state and local officials refuse to cooperate with immigration enforcement. They have created chaos so that they have moments like yesterday where someone tragically dies and politicians get to grandstand about the evils of enforcing our border. The solution is staring everyone in the face. I hope authorities in Minneapolis stop this madness. What a pathetic little whiny tweet. Also, by the way, if that were true, surely there would have been a video of it, of like some ICE agents. I have never seen that. I've never heard about it. Maybe there is a video, but I feel like it is not true. And even if it were true, I do not give a singular shit about some ICE agents. And this whole shit, like Greg Bovino was doing it.
Commander Bovino, when it comes to the shooting, from what I understand, there were 2 agents who fired shots. We know one of the agents had 8 years experience, and we know he was a less lethal instructor and had this training. What did the other agent, what was his history, and are they both working right now, or are they on administrative leave?
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing and the safety of our employees.
Like, what is doxing even supposed to mean at this point? Just, oh no, don't reveal the identities of people who do incredibly bad things.
Is very important to us. So we're going to keep those employees safe. As far as the number of shots, the number of agents involved, that, again, is going to come out in the investigation.
I just cannot believe that they have used... When was the term doxing even coined? Because that has to be doxing. Dox first used. The practice of publishing is a form of vigilantism, predates the internet, such as news. For example, in response to the Stamp Act in the 13 colonies, radical groups such as the Sons of Liberty harassed tax collectors and those who did not comply with the boycotts of British goods. This is about as American as anything you could do. Thoughts on Five Nights at Freddy's? Surprisingly, I've never played it. Please use AI when Googling something. Yeah. Don't worry. From now on, I promise I will exclusively be using AI. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let's have a watch of what Todd Blanche is saying. This is Todd Blanche talking about what's going on.
Protests continue in Minneapolis as a court hearing is scheduled for today after a Trump-appointed judge ordered DHS to preserve all evidence in the fatal...
It's just going to keep escalating to the point of violent resistance. Like, what other option is there? The marketplace of ideas isn't going to hold shit. Yeah, I mean, Trump's trying to escalate towards that. So Tom Homan... Like, the border czar, I don't know what, like, his technical job is, but that's what they call him, the border czar, is going to Minnesota. He has not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there. Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me. They're literally sending in the, like, key figurehead of this policy, apart from maybe Stephen Miller or Trump himself. Like, J.D. Vance was obviously there, but they're sending in... like Tom Homan intentionally to try and inflame, to try and create mass protests, which it's gonna create, isn't it? And I don't know when he's going in. Is he going in tonight? Well, he said tonight, but where that'll be, I don't know if he's going to Minneapolis, but it's gonna provoke major protests. Separately, a major investigation is going on with respect to the massive $20 billion plus welfare fraud that has taken place in Minnesota and is at least partially responsible for the violent organized protests going on in the streets. Additionally, the DOJ and Congress are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than $44 million. Time will tell all. Thank you for your attention to this matter. By the way, also, Ilhan Omar enriching herself massively, if she had actually done this, would be living the American dream, right? Like, what's wrong with doing that? Trump's enriched his family way more from what he's been up to, but yeah.
Shooting of Alex Preddy following a lawsuit filed by the state. DHS says the 37-year-old ICU nurse was armed when a Border Patrol agent shot and killed him. We want to warn you, this footage may be hard to watch.
Okay, I'm not showing this. We're going to go to him.
Tape before shots rang out, but I want the tape before joining us now. And Todd, we stopped the tape before shots rang out, but I want to get quickly your reaction to this hearing coming up today. This judge issuing a TRO on altering or destroying evidence.
Look, we'll be in court today. There's an ongoing investigation, as we've said, all weekend, and obviously we're not destroying evidence. And so, to the extent that the state of Minnesota wants to make this a show and go in front.
By the way, do you know why they had to reference him destroying evidence? Because in a previous case with a lady called Mariama Martinez, the government had to drop their case against a woman they shot because the evidence, they lost the evidence. They let the car be driven 1,000 miles away. And apparently the car may have had repairs in the area. You can look into this case. A lady who was shot by ICE totally unjustly. It's insane.
Of a judge to insist that we do something we're absolutely not ever going to do. We'll be
I love how he's like, we're never going to do that. And you can literally find an example of them doing it where the case had to be thrown out because the evidence was so terrible and they basically just shot a woman.
There, but this was a
I think once again, there is definitely stuff, was suggesting typing AI after you search to get rid of the AI summary. Oh, interesting. I see. Have you just called him racial caffeine? I think it's radical caffeine, not racial caffeine.
a tragic situation that happened, and the fact that now we're going to go to court to say exactly what we're doing, which is, of course, we're investigating. We always investigate any conduct like this, any shooting like this, and we'll get to the bottom of everything that happened. But it is extraordinarily important that we do not jump to conclusions about anything that happened on Saturday morning. And remember what we saw on Saturday morning, what we all saw in that 10-15-second video is not the whole story. And every American should know that. The story goes way beyond that. It starts with the fact that literally for months, we have received zero assistance from the state of Minnesota and any assistance from law enforcement. And it leads to what you saw on Saturday morning, which is out of control rioters and a tragic situation unfolding.
I want to get to what we saw and how the DOJ characterizes what is available to us. But I do want to play for you. Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison is basically saying that you guys are not preserving the crime scene. Listen here. Here's what he said.
I don't care if you're conservative, liberal, or whatever, but you should at least be in favor of
Sorry, I can see Tim Waltz just behind going,
serving evidence in a homicide, and to have to go get an order from a judge to preserve that evidence is extraordinary and should alarm everyone.
Also, someone saying he looks kind of nervous. If you're talking about Todd Blanche, yeah, like 100% they're nervous. Their support is crashing, and like the Trump administration generally. All of this stuff to do with ICE is not really popular. The way they're handling Minnesota is not going well. So, the situation could be worsening. But this is just so indefensible and unpopular, just like watching ICE agents execute someone in the street. What are they going to do?
Who believes in equal justice under the law, and who believes that every person, no matter how this case ultimately...
And yeah, 100%. ICE hasn't done anything that law enforcement hasn't done to BIPOC before. They are just now doing it to everyone. Yep, 100%.
Ultimately is resolved, deserves to have their case investigated to get to the truth of what happened.
I guess the interesting thing is, if you describe it as the imperial boomerang, when this is just what America was always like, Your
reaction, Todd?
First of all, that was a bald-faced lie. And it's disgusting that the Attorney General in a time like this will come out with that disgusting rhetoric. As everybody knows, as the governor himself knows, as the Attorney General knows, as the mayor knows, after the incident happened, local law enforcement decided to come on the scene, and they lost the crime scene. Protesters and rioters overtook that crime scene. It was not federal law enforcement. It was not...
Exactly, and that comment of just, this isn't the America I know is so comical, because it's like when they do it about Anthony Lowenstein spoke about this, about the Bondi Beach attacks, and he was like, when they're all saying this isn't the Australia I know, he was like, we're built off massacring the indigenous population and still suppressing them.
Border Patrol agents that did not preserve the crime scene, that is just blatantly false. And so it would do everybody in this country a lot better if honesty were spoken from the leadership in Minnesota. But we're going to continue continue to do what we do every day, which is the right thing, and investigate, and we'll go from there.
Todd, I want to dial into the frustrations at DHS. My colleague Bill Malusian reporting about that, about the DHS's rhetoric. Here's a quote from his reporting saying there is extreme internal frustration with DHS officials going on television and putting out statements to describe Alex Preddy as a domestic terrorist who was there to inflict maximum damage on federal agents or conduct a massacre, even after...
The only thing I also have to say about this, about like DHS apparently coming out and now being really upset about what certain people have appeared and and come out and said, does it not also feel a little bit like, hang on a second, they couldn't have just come out and said this without like approval from people above them, right?
After multiple videos emerged to show that these claims appear to be inaccurate, some of these sources have described DHS's response to the shooting as a case study on how not to do crisis PR. One said they're so fed up, they wish they could retire. Another says DHS is making the situation worse, and even another adding DHS is wrong, and we are losing this war. We are losing the base and the narrative. This is coming to a head, Todd. I ask you, based on the DOJ's purview, do the actions of Alex Preddy amount to domestic terrorism?
Look, it's an investigation, so I'm not going to prejudge what his actions were or were not. But there's two things that have to be part of this narrative. There are two very important points that have to be part of the story that we're talking about. Number one is the reason why that happened on Saturday is because we get zero cooperation from police. DHS, Border Patrol, operates in 50 states, doing hundreds of isolated, targeted arrests every day.
Insane that protests like this didn't happen under Obama or Biden, but only when the media class decides that Trump has killed a few too many white people. I mean, in part, it's because life under, say, Biden or Obama feels like normality for most people, where you don't have something as egregious as like an occupation of a city with such extreme violence being just like a regular occurrence, you know? And yeah, the fact that he can't give a comment is insane when you've got so many angles. And also, yeah, his inability to answer a question is impressive. And Yeet the Elite, I don't know if you've gone, but I really enjoyed your message, and I'll try and stay zesty. Thank you. And enjoy the revolutionary cold.
Day. There is one city where we see this outrage. One city, and that's Minneapolis.
Right,
and so
but Todd, with all due respect, sir, my question is more pointed. Do you believe your colleagues may have gone far?
It wasn't like this under Obama or Biden. No. Trump has accelerated it. Trump has accelerated this kind of stuff. But unfortunately, a lot of the groundwork was laid under Obama and Biden. And the general failure of the Democrats, the general failure of all of these people to really offer any kind of like meaningful alternative on immigration and to push back is kind of what has laid the groundwork for something like this to happen, for this kind of rhetoric that Trump has been spewing out to be appealing or acceptable, and that they all contributed to like the demonization of immigrants and like the criminalization of them.
Farther. You are an attorney at DOJ. 18 U.S. Code 2331 has a legal definition of domestic terrorism, and it doesn't appear to most of the country that have watched the available video, and we'll see if there's body cam video. I'd love to know if that's going to come out, if there was such a thing, but it does not appear to have met that definition of domestic terrorism. So I'm just sort of wondering how you in the DOJ are viewing whether your colleagues may have gone too far.
Look, I don't think anybody thinks that they were comparing what happened on Saturday to the legal definition of domestic terrorism. What we saw was
they all called them domestic terrorists, saying that they wanted to kill as many people as possible.
A very violent altercation, and I am not going to prejudge the facts. You're right. There's a bunch of video that's out there. There's a bunch of video that we
Where is Fargo? Sorry, I know there's a TV show about it, but where actually is Fargo?
haven't seen yet in the minutes leading up to what happened and in what happened afterwards. And you're right, to the extent there's body cam or other videos that
North Dakota
witnesses are still providing to us. So I'm not describing it as anything except for a tragedy, but I do not think it is fair It is not fair for the narrative to be around something DHS said. It is not fair for the narrative to be around what a video shows over 10.
It's, by the way, it's also really funny to be like going on and being like, oh no, the discussion can't be around the narratives that we're putting out. Bro, you're the government. Like, you are the people setting the narratives. You are the people setting the precedent around this stuff. Like, the stuff you put out matters. Of course the narrative is going to be around what you say.
Seconds, when the real true story here is something much bigger and much more problematic that the American people have to recognize, which is that in one city we have this outrage and this powder cake happening, and it's not right, and it doesn't happen anywhere else, and it's simply because of,
but also because of the size of the protest. Sorry, the size of the occupation is so much bigger.
One reason, and that's leadership in that state. When there was all the focus on the billions and billions of dollars in fraud happening in Minneapolis, suddenly Minneapolis becomes a powder keg. And the people that caused that to happen were the governor, the mayor, the attorney general, Omar. They're the ones that incited rhetoric, encouraged these rioters to go with their cell phones, not to peace.
It's, by the way, it's also really, really funny to frame this all around, to frame this all around like, oh, they've incited people. What do you think Trump was doing when he called people low IQ parasites? Like, where do you think that this was going to end up? Calling them evil, illegal aliens?
Protest, not to peacefully protest, but to go out and do exactly what was happening on Saturday morning. And so there was a...
And also, when has anyone encouraged that? Like, what? Because Jacob Frey said, get ICE, get the fuck out of my city. Is that not allowed now?
Cake, and it was absolutely lit by that leadership.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, we appreciate your time. We look forward to...
Right, there's someone else who's been on Fox and Friends who I have to see what he is saying, because he is kind of like, you know, I have a lot of problems with the Trump administration, but if there is one guy that I am going to listen to, if there is one guy that I still really, really, really trust, it's Kash Patel. The guy who said, you know, he's keeping the watch for Charlie so far, so I'm sure he's going to do great stuff.
Is the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Director, thanks so very much for being here this morning. And I know that this is a DHS investigation, but there is outrage across the country that there is another killing. Someone is dead at the hands of Border Patrol. What can you tell us?
Great to be with you, Maria. And look, Secretary Noem stated it perfectly.
Bro, you cannot have someone called Secretary Noem. I'm sorry, that is not appropriate. So you cannot be called Gnome, because it sounds like you're talking about a little creature who lives in the garden. Like, seriously, come on. You can't be doing this, Kash.
Not get to attack law enforcement officials in this country without any repercussions. You do not get...
I love how you had Todd Blanche on there, like, I love how you had Todd Blanche being like, no one is saying this kind of stuff, and he's just on like, Kash Patel comes on and he's like, no one can attack law enforcement personnel.
To do that in Minnesota, LA, or anywhere else. And the interagency is leading the charge out there. We've already arrested with the interagency those that violated the FACE Act and impeded a peaceful prayer in church. We've already just last night arrested 4 more individuals involved in the damage of government property that we saw the videos of online. We've arrested other individuals who've made threats to law enforcement online. So we are not messing around. It doesn't have to be in person. If you threaten law enforcement officials or civilians, we are going to come find you. And as for this latest shooting, yes, DHS and HSI are the lead, and the FBI is processing the physical evidence. So we're in possession of the firearm, which is going to go to our laboratory. But as Secretary Noem said, no one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines. That is not a peaceful protest, and you do not get to touch law enforcement. You do that anywhere, this FBI is going to be leading the charge to arrest those. If you have a case.
Let's just have a quick listen to what Kash Patel had to say about Kyle Rittenhouse.
We're raising money. If you have a case, we will review it for free, and we will cut the check to the lawyer to file your defamation case and get your day in court. If Kyle Rittenhouse's team is listening, or your audience is tweeting, this is what Fight with Cash is for. We will help Kyle Rittenhouse's defamation cases. We will pay for them by raising money so he can clear his name like I'm clearing mine.
But how was he threatening Border Patrol? You've collected the evidence, you said, right? You have the handgun in your possession?
That's right.
And how was he using that handgun in terms of threatening Border Patrol? What was the threat? He had his camera, right? He was filming it.
That's something that I will let the DHS and the prosecutors, because they are the ones investigating.
I also, like, even Fox News is trying to distance himself from it. I think there were infiltrators in that church protest, don't you think? I mean, potentially, but also there are a lot of people who are very angry about what ICE is doing, you know, so I can't really comment or speak to that. Who knows? I don't think that, like, any time that anyone escalates is necessarily because they're an infiltrator, so hard to know.
In that case, I don't want to stylize that evidence, but I trust the men and women on the ground who are trained professionals to only use it when it's absolutely necessary. And I trust Secretary Noem's leadership and DHS and HSI to do that.
I also really love that, like, Kash Patel built an entire brand off, like, don't trust the government, all of this stuff. But now it's just like, yeah, trust them unequivocally when you can even see them murder. You can see them do a murder.
The right thing, as they've always done in these scenarios.
But then again, I mean, these are the same people who question the narrative around George Floyd, like someone murdered by a police officer, so not really that surprising.
Holmes said that the individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Was the gun visible, or did Border Patrol see the gun after they shot him?
Again, those pieces of the investigation are being led by DHS and HSI, and I don't want to comment on their ongoing investigation.
I understand, but you have the evidence. What can you tell us about the evidence you collected?
It's sent to our FBI laboratory where it'll be fingerprinted. We'll use ballistics examination toolkits to see if any casings were fired, and we'll examine all the casings that were found on the scene.
Why would you need to do that?
How much of this has to do with some of the rhetoric, in your view? Just 2 weeks ago, the governor, Tim Walz, told residents to get their phones and start filming.
Alex Mosley, I don't know why you were... I doubt you were just, like, muted for no reason. I've never seen you comment before. I've never seen you say anything before. I have contributed many thoughtful comments, including the Everyman's Library, only to be clapped. I don't know what you're alleged to have done.
Whatever is happening, and when they see Border Patrol, listen to this. This is just 2 weeks ago from Governor Tim Walz. Watch.
If you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
Your reaction?
I think that type of rhetoric is exactly what's leading to violence against law enforcement that is totally baseless and unnecessary. And for the state CEO to do that against our law enforcement community is disgusting.
Wait, did he just call him the state CEO? Tim Walz, CEO. Is that ever, like, an apt description of him, to call him the state CEO? That feels very unusual.
And revolting, and it should be examined thoroughly as to anyone who's involved in inciting this type of violence. It is absolutely improper, unlawful, and will not be tolerated, any type of violence against law enforcement.
But it's not stopping. People are mad at ICE and want Border Patrol to stop. You saw what's happening right now in Minneapolis. People are protesting in the streets, pushing Border Patrol out. How will this end?
This will end thanks to President Trump's brilliant leadership to always back the blue. Law enforcement will hold the day. The Constitution, the rule of law, will hold the day. It is a tough time right now, but I believe that our law enforcement officials on the ground, DHS, FBI, local police force across the country are...
It's your fault for putting people on the street with highly armed with like full-on military gear and powerful weapons. You escalated the situation, and yeah, once again, apparently taking out your phone is violent. And also, Alex, I don't know what you were banned for. I don't think the mods are really generally like power mad, though. I haven't really seen like many unfair bans of people. Like I'm not sure what they got annoyed about or what the result was, but or like why. I'm sure that one of them would explain it.
Moving in the right direction, and we will quell these riots, and we will prevail. That's what we always do.
And what are you looking at when you're investigating?
I think they have really, really wanted some kind of really significant riot to come out so they can use it to swing back their base in favor.
probing the evidence that you've collected. What specifically are you looking for?
Okay, a supervising mod. What can a supervising mod do? Maybe
it is utterly ridiculous.
Maybe that is something to do. Wait, someone just donated apparently? I don't know, I can't see it. Shout out to our mods, you're doing amazing. Thanks for the €2. And indeed, yes, thank you to the mods. I'll appoint a mod who can supervise. I don't know how to do that though.
At this point in this part of the investigation, it's mostly scientific evidence. We're looking for fingerprints and DNA and how many rounds, if any, were fired and any other sort of physical evidence in and around the firearm.
And, you know, I mean, thousands of people are marching through Minneapolis. They are targeting the Border Patrol. I mean, it feels like the rhetoric and the protesting is only ramping up. What is your advice to the people right now who are outraged that this is a second killing at the hands?
Yeah, they are protests, and I think exactly what they want is people to react more strongly. I think the point of
ridiculous.
I think the point of putting so many people with highly militarized equipment on the street is to escalate things. And Nevada Jones, enjoy your membership, and Carla Byrne, thank you for the incredibly kind gifted membership. Don't worry, it will go to the goal. It's just annoying that it doesn't work.
The Border Patrol in 2 weeks.
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We will, of course, always protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have seen a trend here, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, in these protests turning into violent scenarios and people attacking law enforcement. That's when you go over.
It feels like Kash Patel is so stupid that they probably do have to give him the narrative to pump out. And this is the narrative that they've been preparing them for and waiting to teach them. And I cannot help but think that Tom Homan was intentionally sent there for the specific reason of escalating the situation. And yeah, I just removed it. I gave it to Silent Scythe for now, but sorry, to Mediocre Viola's getting you confused again. But that was actually much more because Silent Scythe was below you, then I could have got you two mixed up. But yeah, I will also make, I think I'll just probably switch all of you to that, like to managing moderators. I just don't want to go through the protest of just removing you and then adding you back on. And also, yeah, they raised, by the way, once again, I don't think there's any comparison with Kyle Rittenhouse. What Kyle Rittenhouse did was not justified at all. Kyle Rittenhouse went to a protest of people that he ideologically opposed with a gun to escalate the situation, to, probably go and kill people. And he did that. He killed far more people. He actually brandished the fucking gun. And yet these same people who supported him now refuse to do refuse to do anything, refuse to offer any sympathy in a situation that they need to start talking about.
For the line, and that's when law enforcement steps in.
And hello, politics. Nice to see you.
You also have Democrats in general criticizing Border Patrol. It's not just the people who are protesting this. You've got the Department of Justice serving grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Democrats in this investigation of obstructing ICE, according to reports. What can you tell us about that?
That is a very much ongoing investigation that we are actually involved with and leading out on. So there's really not much I can say, but I can tell you this generally. How do you do an investigation? You make a demand for records when you believe that there's probable cause that laws have been broken, and you make a demand for records of those involved. And in this case, that's exactly what we did of every elected official that was involved. And then the next process, generally speaking, will be putting.
Also, bro, I don't think we should be trusting anyone who is incapable of capturing Charlie Kirk's killer. Like, you guys mishandled that so badly. Why all of a sudden do you think that this guy is that this guy is going to be great and that he's going to be doing great work for the FBI? You guys couldn't even catch the person who shot Charlie Kirk.
People in grand juries. That's what happens in these investigations.
Director, let me switch gears. You've also been taking down some of the most wanted fugitives, and you've arrested a list of them. Tell me what you've been focused on and how you've taken down these fugitives.
Yeah, thanks to President Trump's amazing leadership and protection of law enforcement, and thanks to our great partners at the Department of Justice. This year, the Attorney General and us, we have arrested in 2025. we arrested and captured 4 top 10 of the FBI's most wanted. 4. And to put that in perspective, in the Biden administration, they had captured 4 in 4 years. These are the worst of the worst, the gangbangers, the murderers, the drug dealers. Flipping to 2026, in just the last week and a half, Maria, we have seized, I was just down in Mexico this past week, we have apprehended 2 more of the FBI's most wanted fugitives, including Ryan Wedding, who is a Canadian Olympic snowboarder.
Oh, did they actually catch that guy? That's crazy. Ryan Wedding. Oh, he was caught. Unbelievable.
Turned into the modern-day El Chapo, and after a year-long campaign and manhunt to go and get this.
Also, though, you know what's really funny about all of this is capturing any of these people won't do anything successful. It won't change anything. It won't change anything at all. No, TrueAnon didn't say the Epstein files weren't real. TrueAnon said that the Epstein list wasn't real. That there wasn't like a specific list of like Epstein's clients. They actually argue that there is stuff like apparently there might be images of like cassette tapes and stuff with people's names on and CDs and DVDs, I believe. And they also believe, by the way, that the FBI, the Epstein files are way, way, way more expansive.
Guy. We went down there to Mexico to advance our investigation. Huge thanks to President Trump again and the Department of Justice and the Mexican government and our ambassador Ron Johnson down there. This type of work takes a full-on interagency assault. It takes relentless pursuit to make sure that these individuals never harm Americans again. And while we were down there, we also apprehended another top 10 most wanted fugitive, Alejandro Castillo, who brutally murdered a 22-year-old first-generation American over a decade ago in North Carolina. Collectively, these 6 of the top 10 have been on the run for 50 years, half a century. And under President Trump's leadership, they have nowhere to run. That is just amazing interagency law enforcement, and the FBI is leading that charge, and we're happy to bring them home.
Director, what can you tell us about potential outside agitators in some of these stories? We're going to talk with Peter Schweitzer coming up, and he's out with a book on how Mexico and some other adversaries are using immigration to undermine the U.S.
Yeah, but when they're talking about the Epstein, like the Epstein list, the list, right? They're talking specifically about the thing that people like Kash Patel used to talk about, that there's just like this one specific list of everyone Epstein was around.
Is that part of your investigation?
Any person that breaks the law or impedes law enforcement anywhere in the world will always become a part of our investigation. And just look at the historic year that President Trump has brought Americans this year. We've had a 200% increase in the FBI's arrests this year alone. 67,000, a 200% increase. Of that,
right, thanks. Enough of Kash Patel. Enough. Khalas. But I think that there has been like some escalating protests. Apparently ICE have been shooting at people. This is from Freedom News TV over on YouTube, from ICE Watch on Reddit. A basically straight list of associates. I mean, his tax records may well be exactly that, but like what they're not saying, but like they're not undermining the Epstein stuff at all. They're literally just saying, oh, we don't think that there's like this specific list that all these people have been asking for, like this specifically, like a written out list or whatever of just like, I did X with X, Y, and Z. I mean, there was literally something released that had like a multitude of people's ID, like things protected.
I'm independent media. I'm independent media.
Like, it's fucking crazy, by the way, that they're blaming someone with a concealed carry with their phone out for escalating the protests when there's a guy stood here with a shotgun. Like, fucking look at this. This is just a full-on soldier. In like, full-on military equipment. With like, full-on tactical fucking gear.
Members of the press, about 20 yards out, you're seeing this federal officer, suspected federal officer, try to train his long gun on, his less lethal gun on demonstrator in the distance there. But it's not live. It's not live.
Also, he's saying that it's a less than lethal weapon that isn't live. By the way, as is the case with that woman who lost like part of her hand, being like permanently disabled in that way, that is not acceptable. Like, just because you haven't killed someone does not make it moral or just.
It's not live. It is not a live gun. The entrance still flooded with debris here from what was left over of the scene earlier. Gas canisters have been deployed, and at this point... Fuck that shit!
Like, this is also just so chaotic. Such a chaotic situation that their stupid, stupid occupation is causing. And yeah, there was a protester blinded. Like, just because he didn't die doesn't make it okay at all.
Is everyone press?
We're all members of the press. We're all press here. Okay. This officer appears to be bleeding from his mouth. Oh my God. Are you okay? Are you
I'm
okay?
fine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Says he's all right. He's all right.
Where's the local PD? That's my question for the press.
Okay. This officer.
Where is the local PD?
What's your message to the local PD, sir?
No.
Someone was shot in the hand and it looked like they lost part of their hand.
Okay. Well, the mayor.
Yeah, it's also you are right. I think the weather is something that bears mentioning, because doesn't it generally feel like the biggest protest movements are always when it's like hot outside? Not necessarily always, but they're obviously going to attract more people, because some people will literally just be put off by going out in the cold, especially cold that's this extreme. So yeah, it remains to be seen if these will continue growing, because obviously there's a lot of limiting factors, but obviously they've just carried out a horrifying shooting.
Got it. Sir, while you're getting messages, what would your message to the protesters that want you out be? As long as you're getting comments, do you have any comments
Please
to the
get
people that want you out?
back up. Please give me some room.
Why do you need fucking room, man? You got a shotgun. Yeah, I mean, Ice Watch has been posting some insane stuff.
ICE detainees are freezing in our...
Let's just see if there's anything else on this account.
ICE detainees are...
It's just fucking crazy.
As of today, 4 of our students, our children.
See this fucking shit.
Actually, you know what? Once again, I want to pull up another video, which is this one. You all remember this one, right?
See this fucking shit. Dude. Where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit. Yeah, get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this city, dog. Dude. I mean it, bro. Don't make me fucking get on the phone and start calling people, because I'll have half this fucking city come down here and take you the fuck apart.
Well, dude, I'm not even from nowhere around. We just come
Fuck
through.
off, Nazi. Get in your truck and leave. Your whole fucking crew, Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them, man?
Texas.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go back to fucking Texas.
Dude, we do.
Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of this is, once again, the only reason that there is even like a modicum, like the tiniest amount of accountability, just so happens because they are in like public, and they get shot. They get filmed, and that's why, like, when they're doing this in private, in detention centers, they can torture and abuse whoever they want and get away with it.
I had this done years ago.
I know, and it's still on your fucking face,
Because
bro.
I ain't had no
I
time
seen
to
that
change
before. I seen your fucking eyes, dog. Get the fuck out of my city, or I will fucking end you.
Like, yeah, just horrifying. There's another video that I quickly wanted to pull up before we close this section. Oh wait, there's a couple actually. No, I wanted to do this. More Ice Watch. This person, I may have weed, is always on this. This person has a fuck ice patch and a gun.
So
you're currently here at the vigil / autonomous zone that has been created around the site where ICE murdered someone earlier today, and you are carrying a big ol' gun.
An AR-15. Yep. Extra mags.
You got a pistol.
Yep.
You also have a pistol, extra mags, some cute patches.
Yep. You know, in Minnesota law, that is technically acceptable. You do have.
He kind of sounds like Tobey Maguire. When I watched this earlier, I was like, oh wow, he sounds a bit like Tobey Maguire.
To stay towards the back, which is what we're doing. Primarily, I'm interested right now in showcasing our community that we are armed. Everybody else around us can get armed, and we keep us safe. Che Guevara once said, I'm paraphrasing, but the ammunition of your enemy is most plentiful, so use it. You know, and that's exactly what we are doing. You know, force is not going to be stopped by a lack of force, unfortunately. And I want to see everybody else around us, you know, that's on our same side. I want to see them get armed as well. So right now we're here primarily to keep everybody safe, but also to serve as an example that everybody around us can do this too, you know, and we outnumber them a lot more than they outnumber us.
What do you say to people who see, you know, especially right-wingers, they see a gun like this being brought by a leftist? Conservatives naturally are going to fearmonger about that. They're going to make that into a thing, painting leftists as, you know, like seeking out violence.
I'm not for the parties, I'm for the working class, right? Working people everywhere. And I think to any conservative out there that's watching this, if you're a working man, I'm on your side. I want you to be able to feed your family.
He is a dirty communist.
I want you to be able to go home safe to your kids. And I'm not just fighting for the people of Minneapolis, I'm fighting for you as well.
Yeah, I can imagine, like, it was hard to protest. I guess in somewhere like New York, where there'd probably be normally quite large protests, that ain't fucking happening because of the size of the, like, snow and people just being snowed in.
You know, it's your right to own a gun as well. And this isn't a conservative versus liberal issue. It's a government versus the people issue. And you're part of the people.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, this Reddit has some good stuff on if you want to check it out. One final thing that I want to pull up before we're done with this is people kept mentioning this yesterday and I couldn't... Sorry, it is literally just this one person posting on here. I'm sure most of you have seen this. This is photo of an ICE detention center.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren qué migración cómo nos tienen. Y gente que estamos legales, gente que no estamos legales, gente que está perdiendo su familia, nos están secuestrando, nos tienen en un depósito aquí.
Look at this, it's just grotesque.
En Baltimore, nos tienen en la 31 Huskin. Baltimore.
Just awful. I want to see if I can find the video of the children as well. That's the one I thought I was going to play. Ah, here it is, here it is, here it is. Just like how many people are crammed into these tiny spaces and just with like no oversight. You know, at one point as well, they furloughed the like state representatives. Who did they exactly furlough? Hold on, I'll just pull this up. They furloughed, so there was just no oversight over this at all. Let me just put it up. Here we go. Yeah, here you go. Sorry, here we go. So, during the recent government shutdown, ICE even classified congressional relations staff as non-essential and furloughed them, which basically meant ICE detention facilities were turned into black sites. This one in particular is horrifying. This is just the, this is talking about how there was like a Geraldo Lunas Campos who was allegedly choked to death by ICE agents. There's another person here who talks about his testicles being crushed and grasped firmly, and then also someone forcing his fingers into his ears to the point where his hearing has been permanently damaged. And these are like basically just unaccountable sites where you're not even seeing what people are doing there. So I wonder if these people got sent down to there.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
I've just been ordered to leave the premises. I've just been ordered to leave the premises, and she's yelling at me right now.
But why? What, as in, why would they do it? Because a lot of these people are really extremist, ideologically motivated racists who feel that they have a right to inflict whatever violence they want on these people, because also they probably know that the vast majority of the people are going to have no access to legal repercussions, no ability to cause any problems for them. And both the Democrats and the Republicans have just taken it one step further, have associated all immigrants with criminality. They have made it seem as if it is a barbarous and monstrous thing to cross over the border into America for, whatever economic, whatever political or social reason they may have done that. Sarah, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's an incredibly kind donation, Sarah. Wait, Sarah Sweeney, thank you for the 5 gifted. Slim Shady, Danny Mijanovic, Samuel Pavia, or else Ellipsis, and Ninhotep. Ninhotep, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. That was my daughter's account. I thought I was confused for a second, but thank you. I was like, wait, that doesn't look like Sarah's account, but thank you so much.
So I'm going to head back to my car and try and...
Yeah, exactly. These people have got away with torturing in fucking Afghanistan and Iraq for as long as they've wanted.
Keep you abreast of the situation. I'm outside of the Dilley facility here in South Texas. There's a demonstration of detainees taking place inside right now. We were all asked to leave. There's a drone flying up ahead right now. It's an extremely bizarre situation. You can hear them shouting. Can you hear that? They're shouting, "Let us out! Let us out!" There's people in...
Yeah, has your daughter become a Maoist third worldist?
Blue shirts. Again, there's drones flying up ahead. There appear to be hundreds of people through the crack that I can see. And again, I was here for an attorney visit and they asked me to leave abruptly.
I'd recommend that you check out the article that I mentioned. Hold up, let me re-pull it up, because those 2 articles, there's a couple by ACLU that are talking about, treatment at Fort Bliss. Hadi Gassama is talking about this. And just the level of brutality. And by the way, we heard that story about the guy yesterday who seemingly died as a result of being denied medical treatment. It just seems to be a common practice.
Without telling me why, ordering people who were waiting to stand outside in the cold. And I'll try and keep you updated as to what is happening.
Ugh, just grotesque. Okay, right. I think we're quickly gonna move on now. Oh, wait. Actually, before we do, I think probably if there's not much news on Wednesday...
Evil bastards.
Or if there's not much news but on Wednesday, I may be able to stream and cover the Tectone stuff, but there's a video of Asmongold talking about it, and I just want to see what this is. If any of you don't know who this is deranged racist Lawrence Fox, who was once an actor who was semi-successful, and then he went through a divorce. He was actually married to Billie Piper, who's Rose from Doctor Who. But your daughter is 2, and she loves Chris Kunstler, and she is a cat. Wow. The cats love me. I'm popular amongst the cats.
Evil bastards, a lot of them. If they're not teaching them that they're all racists or white privileged, then they're jabbing them with some experimental fucking pharmaceutical. It's insane. Get your kids out of school. Get your kids out of the system. Get your kids away from this evil. This is evil. It's being perpetrated on your children. Get them out. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Billie Piper's racist ex-husband.
Over.
Who she has custody of the kids over. But I'm glad to hear he's telling me to take my kids out of school. I think I'd trust a guy like this who's just from an incredibly rich family telling me to take my kids out of school when he doesn't even seemingly have access to his kids anymore. Okay, right. So Oh, wait. I wanted to watch the quick Asmongold video. Hold on. Just see what this is all about. So if you don't know who Tectone is, you probably would. He's a horrible racist sack of shit who's been incredibly bigoted and a major fan of Ethan Klein. Billie Piper is, she was Rose in Doctor Who. She's quite a famous actor. And yeah, she has the kids.
The rest of this will be, elephant in the room will be addressed. Yeah, again, I'll wait for Tectone to talk about all this stuff. Like, people said that, like, he lost some court case. I have no idea. I think he did, by the way. I'm pretty sure he did lose the court case. I just don't know what that means or anything else, so I'm kind of waiting for him to say it. It seemed like, you know, again...
By the way, these are the people who constantly try and dunk on Hassan and act as if he's a piece of shit who shocked his dogs, who've been defending this guy who was very obviously a sex offender, or is an alleged sex offender, allegedly has serious allegations against him, who allegedly has just lost in court in a civil case against about abusing and like targeting his former partner. If you would probably remember him because he was such a monstrous individual whose father was a sex offender. So people have said that he's a generational sex offender, I've heard.
Like, the information where it came from isn't really something I'd want to comment on. I guess I can just say, I mean, I might as well just say, like, Mizkif is very obviously suing me for defamation, and because of that, I don't want to comment on anything that's coming out of, you know, any information that's surrounding him, because it could complicate the lawsuit. So I'm not going to I'm not going to comment on, or I'm not going to say anything about it at all. And so that's the reason why. It would complicate the lawsuit. So, yeah, it's that simple. I don't want to make any other comments beyond that, because if I do, then I will, you know, I could... Every word that I say about the topic is a word that can be used against me. It's not going to happen. Anyway, we're about... aren't you tired of being around these streamers? Constant problems? I absolutely am. 100%, 100%. It is so exhausting having to deal with streamers and stuff like this. Like, whether it was the... like, the Lakari thing was just awful, right? I mean, like, holy shit.
Okay, this guy's horribly boring. However, I just want to show you something for when Tectone apologized for his... what his dad had done. It's really one of the worst apologies you will ever see. And the fact that this wasn't memed, yet every single time that most people do an apology, it is.
One thing. I go up...
He said that
Hold on. Yeah. Wait. This is from a guy called Shamu, who I've spoken to, has a great video about Tectone. So if you want to watch it, check it out. But this is like this is the comical part.
The internet found out that dad did the same that he did.
And victims like Heath Phillips. When he told his commander, his report was ignored. The Department of Defense says 19,000 incidents of assault occurred in 2010 alone. Nearly 90% went...
Brat, I did you one better. I did you one better. I removed Asmongold's face.
Unreported.
Biggest photo you see is of Colonel Michael Robertson.
So thanks for the $5, Brat, but I'd already carried out your demand. I knew that it was coming down. So this is Tectone's dad, who literally committed, I think, like, sex crimes in the military, like harassing women and stuff, that was so bad that it set, like, a precedent. And now, Tectone's father, there's no way you wouldn't know about this. Tectone was, like, 13 years old. His father went to prison for this, and he claims that he didn't know about it, even though he'd actually made jokes on Twitter about his dad targeting women. And apparently some other people, and I think it's mentioned in this video, had actually called him out for Tectone's dad's behavior. Oh, wait. This is quite a long segment, but I don't know whether we watch it because it is kind of worth seeing. Ooh.
He was convicted of 14 accounts of assault.
Turns out Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, folks.
Hey, you know they got your mans. They got your mans on assault charges. Yeah, you be hanging with. You be hanging with. And it was German.
I also, once again, love that every single thing that Hassan or, like, fucking any leftist streamer does is apparently the most anti-Semitic, horrifying incident in the entire world, you know? And yet, when it comes to when it comes to like someone like Tectone, oh, you know, we won't bother looking into the allegations until he goes to court and loses. When, like, by the way, if you want to look into them, his girlfriend spoke about them. They're detailed in this video. They're atrocious. They are really despicable.
He was your boy. You grew up with him.
After being embroiled in abuse and allegations for months, Tectone's own father turned out to be possibly the most infamous sex pest in U.S. military history. His father was such a that they literally had televised C-SPAN Congress hearings in an attempt to stop future assaults by using him as the example.
By the way, this guy also brought Tectone around young. Tectone's like, they brought Tectone's, Tectone brought his father around like young female content creators. Slop. I'm adding this to the title because we're going to watch for a little bit on this.
Rise again today to draw
he looks like the type.
Attention to the epidemic in our military of assault. 19,000.
This is actually unbelievable that people found this.
Women and men each year are or assaulted in the military. This travesty is not being addressed, and I will continue to speak out on this floor until it does. Today, I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital.
Oh my fucking God. By the way, the place he commanded, I'm pretty confident, is the military base that they're currently torturing ICE detainees at. No fucking way.
At Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week...
Oh my God, it actually is. Tectone's former... where Tectone's dad commanded is where they're now torturing ICE detainees and sexually abusing them. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not even Imperial Boomerang.
Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having on his government computer, harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his command testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission on their thighs and buttocks and encouraged them to look at the computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily.
Yeah, so I suppose a better term than sex pest is sexual harasser. Because like that's what he did. So it's like touching women, encouraging them to look at pornography on his computer and all of that kind of shit.
Repeated warnings. Colonel Robertson also emailed friends and female subordinates. What makes the defense's answer to all these actions? That all of these jokes and the touching were attempts to boost morale. Colonel Robertson, the majority of us.
Jesus Christ. Imagine telling people, oh my God, no. I have just seen the camera placement. I'm going to apologize. God, that is outrageous camera placement. Sorry for laughing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, just insane. Insane. Like, also the photo of him is horrifying.
Assailants are older and of higher rank than their victims. They abuse not only their authority, but also the trust of those they are responsible for protecting. Survivors can email me at stopmilitary@mail.
Yeah, I don't know what's with the music.
.house.gov if they would like to speak out.
This was all part of the creation of the Assault Training Oversight and Prevention Act, which was created because of Tectone's father. You may be thinking, wow, can't get any more absurd than this, right? Well, you would be wrong. As Tectone...
My God, also, by the way, the next bit of this video is about how him and his dad used to play, like, weird lolly games on his fucking stream or whatever. They may not be lolly, may not be an app description, but, that he used to make inappropriate comments on them as well.
Regularly would have his father on live streams and podcasts. And what do you think that typically looked like?
Obviously, you're not aware of my first podcast with Techie.
Oh, the one where I showed you.
What do
you think about that?
Do it again.
Daddy issues?
They all have daddy issues. Well, she has a facial expression as if to say, hey, sailor. I like the little short dress. She looks like she works out.
One of the first things Tecto says to me is like, sup, dude? By the way, my 17-year-old father thinks you're hot. And I was like, uh-oh.
First thing he did was he put me into some kind of
I don't think the music was on this when the first time I watched this, but it's quite annoying.
Headset and costume and put me in this AI room.
VR chat.
Am I moving? Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's chill. And that's
Yeah, but how? Oh, Lord have mercy. And so he's got me in that headset and I'm in there and
I'm holding them on.
It's getting bad. And,
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's as dressed up as a girl.
I gotcha.
Oh, this is so weird.
Right, because that's the thing.
Yeah, or whether it's you dressed up as a girl.
Probably mostly Asmund.
Yeah.
You're gonna give him a heart attack, I swear to God.
A convicted pervert father and son bonding, where you feel up anime waifus and
This is this is just the weirdest content going on the internet. Like, what the fuck is this?
VR that may or may not be men is insane, even by my standards.
And
I can't believe that this guy is allowed to just like moralize on the internet about what fucking Frogan looks like. Just insane that people like this guy.
The censors made it feel like I was being touched.
Damn.
Yeah. And it felt like this one character was unzipping my pants. Freckles, the hair.
And I want you to bark for me.
Woof. What? I got another dog. I got another. Want to hear my other dog?
Oh my
Who
God.
dress up in like dog suits. But you know what pegging is.
I can tell you a great pegging story.
One of them.
8 stepmom?
Behavior.
Okay, right. We're gonna skip through to this bit.
And then Hassan starts going after my father. And I get very confused by this. Because me and my father have had a pretty bad past.
By the way, he also defended his father because he was like, Hassan is going after a 70-year-old man with cancer.
I'm pretty open about this. My father's gone to prison. I'm very open about this.
Yeah. What kind of podcast? The guest full of Tectone and his father.
Tectone 2 weeks
Yeah,
back.
I'm not watching any more sort of weird sexual clips of Tectone.
Prior to this, where he acts like he has no idea what anyone's talking about when his father's convictions are brought up.
Your father went to jail for the same. Oh, really? Wait, tell me more, man. Tell me more. What else? Who'd my dad? Who? 5 women in the military accuse your father of. Really? That's crazy. You think so? What else? That's why he.
Also, by the way, this guy claimed over and over and over again that he had no idea what his father had done, that it all came as a surprise to him. Just this apology is like, you know, the Colleen Ballinger toxic gossip train, like all of these people who did these shitty apologies. This is the worst apology you will ever see.
Went to jail discussing vote. Really, man? That's interesting. How do you know so much? How are you so all-knowing? My father's gone to prison. I'm very open about this.
You are a bald-faced liar.
If anybody's surprised, yeah, my dad's gone to prison before. Me and my father have had a pretty interesting past.
Instead of addressing the news surrounding his father, who he brought on streams, and just take the L, Tectone decides to pull on the heartstrings of his viewers and talk about all of his childhood trauma. There's really no need to, and it comes off as manipulative, while under a microscope of controversy.
When I was a young boy, I came from a very, very, very poor family. I did. My mother never really treated me well, and I was.
He's got a fucking Minecraft creeper in the background. Oh, he also used his father to defend veterans, by the way, and I think this was brought up, like, he was like, that's why he was so upset about he was so upset about Frogan, like, making the comment about US soldiers that she made, and he was just like, oh, my father's a veteran.
Named after my father's best friend, because I was supposed to die at birth.
Are you serious right now, bro?
I lived with my mother until about 3rd grade, and you know, something very bad happens to me. I don't feel like talking about it. Due to that thing happening to me, lawyers get involved, the court gets involved. When I moved in with my dad, it was a very like hands-off relationship with me and my dad. He bought me and my brothers a separate apartment to live, while him and my stepmom lived in a separate apartment.
And right away, Tectone is provably misrepresenting the truth yet again.
Tectone said that whenever he was in high school, you had a separate apartment for them to be at, so you could have privacy with your own apartment.
Fourth grade.
All right. That's not untrue, but that is a misrepresentation of the truth. So he and his brothers went into a 2-bedroom that was down the hall until 4 months later when we moved to a house.
Don't lie
right now. You lie!
And me and my father never really interacted much. And I was just considered the failure of the family. I was on by pretty much everybody, including my dad, I'm not gonna lie. And I'll be real, I was never really treated too good.
Yes, after bringing his father on podcast.
It's just like mental. It is just mental that you can hear this guy like go on and give this sad apology where he's literally just being like, "Oh, I went through so much," when he'd literally used his father's sexual violence as a joke on Twitter.
And streams. Now that the internet has found out his history, he is going to completely throw him under the bus for hundreds of thousands of viewers.
Father becomes incredibly violent. I hear that my father has been accused of a crime, even though my father never treated me too well. Nobody.
Tectone said on Twitter, "Don't make me call my dad." Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Okay, right. Here we go. Had a surreal conversation with another streamer this morning. Really eye-opening for me. If you've only seen the tweets and clips that circulate online about me, you're 100% justified thinking I'm a monster. Someone said, "I only read your ex's doc on you. That was enough to think you're a monster. Don't make me call my dad." Like, what's the joke there? What's the joke there? Like, he thinks it's funny, and now you're going to see this guy do a little crying fit. This is one of the most pathetic things you will ever witness, by the way.
Ever really wants to believe that about their dad. And I'm just going to be real. Like, when you talk to my dad, he be grabbing you. I'm not lie. And he doesn't do that anymore because I told him it's weird as shit. But he would like grab your shoulder, he would grab your arm. And he said that's what he got convicted for. And obviously he took some of the...
Your father was like a what was he? He had some senior role in the military, and all of a sudden he ended up in prison. Throughout your life, I think you would question that. You're like fucking 30 with a creeper in your room. Maybe instead of getting creepers and whatever books you've got here, you should have done a bit of Googling about what your father was up to.
Aggression out on me. I got back from soccer practice, which I joined because I wanted to make my dad proud. And I put a orange soda can on top of my trash can. My father threw me to the ground and put a gun against my head. And he said, "Give me a good reason not to shoot you."
So you felt comfortable bringing your father around all of these public people several times. And now that he has some hate online, you're going to out him as this abusive...
Is that the Lakari guy who's just been outed as like a creep as well? Jesus.
Monster? It's strictly, in my opinion, to garner sympathy from his audience.
Yeah, I mean, Terra Trove Tail, you're welcome to have the stuffies. It's not the issue here. What I'm saying is, maybe instead of having those, you should be looking up what your dad's doing on the internet if he's removed from the military and goes to prison for a large amount of time.
Audience, and just totally using his father to do so.
Now, obviously, this isn't really anything that I just really want to talk about on stream. However, a really great Twitch streamer.
You know that Hassan Piker?
It's just making me relive my childhood trauma because all of this.
You cannot make this up. That he's like, Hassan is making me relive my childhood trauma. This guy was put on your social media account. Like, how are you making this about Hassan?
I hated my father because he never told me that he was proud of me. You serious? He always made me feel like a failure, and to be honest, he was quite abusive. Looking into what I heard that he was convicted of, which I never did.
It is quite literally the first and third results on Google when Googling your father's name, Tectone. The third in all caps, assault in the military.
I guess 15 years after the fact is quite painful. It is. Anyways, fast forward a little bit. After I was homeless for a tad, I would DM them about how sometimes I had no money to where I couldn't even afford to eat. And it got met with laughter. Due to this all being resurfaced by Hassan, due to what?
Like, he's upset over Hassan making this public. That's his problem. By the way, have no sympathy for this man. His like... The allegations against him are heinous and disgusting.
But my father was convicted for, which really hurts.
And by the way, he got a fucking berserk tattoo on his shoulder.
To say.
I mean, I'm not sure why you've known about it for the last 15 years.
kind of hard to think of your family as a monster, but I didn't sleep much last night. I honestly didn't want to believe it last night.
Yeah, sure. It's not like people have been posting at you that your dad went to jail for being a pest for the last 5 months.
You would think, like, if anyone on the internet starts posting, like, over and over again, hey, your father is, like, there's all these allegations against your father, and you know, like, you might want to look into that, maybe? But yeah, you're right. It's the Kyle Rittenhouse crying.
And I don't really know what to think. But I think the fact that Hassan wants to imply that I'm a monster
You know that, Hassan Piker?
based off of who my father is disgusting.
Like, this man has, I guess, epigenetic memories of. It's just like, it's a familial obligation over here.
And to imply that I'm a.
Yeah, whatever. He made a joke at your expense. Because you've been involved in SA allegations the past year, and then the internet found out that your dad was one of the most infamous pests in U.S. military history. I get it. I made a whole documentary about it. It's like an absurd cosmic joke at your expense.
And to imply that I'm a.
Is he whimpering? The man is literally whimpering directly into the microphone over a joke Hassan, the face of terrorism in 2025, made. This is 100% performative. You cannot convince me otherwise. You could pause and play a song to center yourself, but instead, you're staying on stream and whimpering directly into a microphone.
I just think going and, like, crying like this, I don't know. I feel like if this was such a, like, traumatizing moment for you, if this was so breaking for you, you know, so going through something like this, finding all this out about your father that apparently you didn't know, I feel like at that moment you might take some time to say, right, this is not the time to be streaming. But when you stream like this, you get all of your fans posting love hearts in chat.
Myself have been twice based on what my father has done. It's just a little bit crazy, isn't it?
He is actually trying to use SA as a shield against Hassan Piker making jokes about his dad being a convicted pest. It's the BPD woman meme to say you were SA'd in order to be deemed beyond reproach or criticism. Funnily enough, he did the same thing with Pink when she made allegations against him. Maybe you're thinking on jumping to conclusions and being too harsh. Well, just a few minutes later, after that great performance to garner sympathy from his audience, he switches on a dime like nothing ever happened. You be the judge.
But
just to get super chats and views and engagement is crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna just keep farming the out of them. To be honest. Yeah, I don't give a
Like, I don't think you switch up. I don't think that you switch up from having, like, a moment of self-reflection and...
It is utterly ridiculous.
A moment that is allegedly so significant in terms of your life, in terms of all that you have been through, where you are literally, like, a fundamental relationship with your father is apparently shaken up as you find out about all of this. And, your response is what? To just start talking about Hassan a few seconds later and just be fine? For SA survivors, this is unforgivable. He may have been abused, but his history of lying harms survivor credibility, especially women already ignored. Oh, 100%. Like, and of course, just literally just turning this into a means to kind of dunk on Hassan and be like, Hassan is so bad, he'd target a victim of sexual abuse. That's what it's about.
Yeah, straight up. I'm good. Yeah, it is what it is. There's not really anything he can say to deter me whatsoever, to be completely honest. Yeah, I think the guy's an absolute piece of shit. Do I think he's in the wrong for what he said about my dad? No, not really. I mean, at the end of the day, those are public court documents. But try to tie me to that because of who my dad is, bro, you're retarded. You're just dumb. You know what I mean? Like, this whole apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Go yourself, dude. We all know the great guy your dad was. Thankfully, I have a little bit of class to actually not talk about that. What a joke. Anyways, we're going to be having a podcast with Dan Saltman later.
Anyway, we're gonna have a podcast with Dan Saltman later. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna have to be doing next. The most vulnerable emotional moment of my life, laying myself bare straight after. Yeah, I'm gonna do a podcast about how much I hate Hassan Piker with Dan Saltman later.
I bet is gonna be so great.
This is the most outrageous apology ever. This is the most outrageous apology that you will ever see. I'm sorry, just like going from like your childhood trauma, laying all of these things bare that apparently Hassan has brought up, and then just going, yeah, gonna have a great podcast with Dan Saltman later.
We have a great podcast with Dan Saltman and Nux Taku.
Nux Taku. Nux Taku's the fucking Israeli VTuber, or the American VTuber who moved over to Israel, and then his cousin got killed in Gaza or something. I think it was his cousin.
That will be happening in 53 minutes. Hassan's favorite streamers.
Tectone's ex-girlfriend Pink would also say on Twitter that wasn't going to say anything, but that guy would not stop talking about how he wanted to have relations with a podcast member. Made jokes about.
Oh, by the way, this is Tectone's. This is Tectone's ex girlfriend who posted all of the stuff that he was alleged to have done, and wasn't going to say anything, but that guy would not stop talking about how he wanted to have relations with a podcast member. Made jokes about women being R-worded raped in Vietnam, and made me extremely uncomfortable. I tried to say something and was told it wasn't a big deal. If I remember correctly, Tectone's dad was in Vietnam.
Women being in Vietnam, it made me extremely uncomfortable. I tried to say something.
Remember that, by the way, just a few months ago, this was the alliance of YouTubers with that legal mindset, passport bro, kind of creep guy who spend their time dunking on women, who got the most enjoyment from Ethan Klein's lawsuits. This is what I spoke about in Ethan Klein's Miserable World of Misogyny, of like this group of men who got the same catharsis that, you know, was got from like the Amber Heard trial to do with the punishment of women at the hands of like a powerful man. That's what's going on with this Ethan Klein shit. Someone like Tectone wants every woman who's ever spoken out against him to, you know, someone who's spoken out against him to be punished for that, for daring to criticize him.
And was told it wasn't a big deal. He would say the women who accused him of SA in the military were liars. And I still can't believe he was allowed around other female content creators.
Like, by the way, 100% would believe Pink, especially if it's to be believed. So Tectone has recently had a court case, and people are saying he lost it. The guy saying he lost it is Mizkif, who, in my understanding, has some kind of allegations against him himself. I'm not so 100% sure. But apparently, Mythic Talent terminated their relationship with Tectone several months ago. We initiated our separation process and recently have finalized our departure. So this was tweeted seemingly on the day that Tectone allegedly lost his case. So,
including me. The truth always comes to light, and I hope those women know they did the right thing.
Your dad's a yeah.
Tectone's ex Pink posted proof in March she went to police, and on May 9th, after returning from traveling abroad, posted an email setting up further investigative meetings with the police. Tectone's community, who are obviously...
It's crazy that, like, he got away with this, that, like, so many people just kind of gave him a bit of sympathy because of this. Ugh. Like, and look at these people that he was associated with. Nearly 60k raised for Ethan Klein. Good job, guys. Keep up at it. Nux Taku, despicable that they'd squander $60,000 on themselves when there's literally a genocide. And then this person has tweeted a really inappropriate joke. On the bright side, I'm sure Tectone's dad will have a connect with your cousin soon. That's not an appropriate joke. I really want to see if I can, Nux Taku talking about his cousin. Just loads of people tweeting Nux Taku about his cousin. Guys, you can't be doing that. But yeah. I mean, so these are like, so this Shamu guy who made this video, by the way, if you want to check it out and you want to learn about the the situation. So apparently Tectone has a 10-year protective order against his victim. Apparently a Tectone burner account linked a non-public filing that you cannot access. So apparently this account, Wooden Badger, linked to court document that you can't find otherwise, and apparently Tectone is someone who says all the time. Maybe it's maybe this is a bit of a guess and a reach, and I obviously cannot find this. But yeah, seems he's been leaking things that shouldn't have been made public already. It's just fucking and also, by the way, once again, like, I'm going to upload one more video about Ethan Klein because he mentioned me on his stream, but then I'm like, I'm done with like, you know, making any videos or like streams about him for a while, I'm sure, unless he does something obscene, which I'm sure he will, but I'll try and avoid any big segments on it because I don't want to waste my time on that constantly or make that all what I'm about. However, in the context of like this stuff, it is really disappointing that so many people backed off, so many people backed off from Ethan Klein when he reached his zenith of harassment and bullying of women. Also, Sarah, I'm actually shaking. Yeah, as other people have said, it's okay to take a break, and I'm really sorry. And I think it also does bear mentioning as what I'm saying here of like how so many people backed off of Ethan Klein around the time that, like, people like this got into his orbit. These were the people who the lawsuits were for. These were like just, I'm sorry, look at his account. I'll just show you. Wait, around the time of the lawsuit. When was the lawsuit dropped? Hold on. Like, look at this. Look how much content he got out of this. Lawyer predicts disaster for Hassan. Hassan is delusional. Destiny crashed out at me. The boldest man on earth. Where is it? Lawyer lays down the law on Hassan. Lawyer predicts denims is fucked. They went, wait, where is it? Like, it's just all about women and stuff. Hold on. Worst woman on Twitch cries at the consequences of her own actions. Listen to the shit that this guy was saying in this video, by the way. It is heinous. It is disgusting. Her life is over. Their lives are falling apart. How is that a thumbnail allowed on this platform? AI has gone too far with seemingly an image of Frogan. Just, he loves these lawsuits, and they were like such a huge amount of content for him. It's just insane. Just insane that this is like a thing that's going on here. These were the people who enjoyed Ethan's content, and his worst bit, the worst thing that he did, The like worst thing that Ethan went on was the campaign against fucking Cruel World Happy Mind. Like, up there with the worst things he did, excuse me.
Obviously biased for their streamer, regularly accused Pink of faking these screenshots. But don't take her word or mine that there is police matters at hand. Take Tectone's word.
Guys, I'll be real. I went to the police yesterday. Saying, hey, let's hurry this up.
I had no...
The fact that people believe this, that this guy was like going into the police and telling them to hurry up. It's just insane. It's just insane that so many people are okay with all of the stuff that he gets away with and does and did for so long. And yeah, so Ms. Kiff is the person who seemingly has the most information on this. But one of the reasons to believe him that maybe he did is he caught this image of Tectone looking incredibly sad. Look at this. Just him waddling away.
There's Tectone with some of his lawyers leaving the courtroom. You can tell by his walk. You can tell by this. There he is leaving the courtroom today. The walk of shame as he lost a court case to Pink Chew. You can tell by his fucking giant dome and who that walk is, that it's him.
Yeah, I'm sure that their Miss Kiff is is as bad as the other people. I haven't looked into his allegations. But yeah, I mean, just this guy is just like a despicable individual. And by the way, he has turned to like, have any of you ever seen those like memes where it's like guys when they get like get charges against them to go to prison or whatever, and they all of a sudden start posting like, love my baby, love my family, love X, Y, and Z. Tectone, since he had to stop streaming because he kept putting his foot in it, allegedly kept putting his foot in it to do with the court case, has just been posting like this kind of stuff. I love my dog with all my heart. When he, the day of the case, what a good boy, posting images of his dog. Read this one. Boys, masturbation addiction is something that if you don't control, it can take you down a very dark path. It can ruin your life. Take steps to clear your mind and get off the path before it's too late. This is not a joke. Take care of yourself. Ugh.
No idea you could tell the police, let's hurry this up when they're investigating you. I'm learning so much, guys. This is awesome.
Like, legit. I got my lawyers like, hey, let's hurry this the up, right? Because, like, you know, they're going to investigate me. They're going to investigate me 100%. They're going to investigate me. They're going to investigate me 100%. I said, bro, just talk to me. Let's get...
Like, can you really believe that someone like this might have allegations against him? Every time women start getting accepted more regularly in gaming, another dumb bitch Karen sets them back another decade. Like, this is what this guy is tweeting. This is the guy who was, like, Ethan Klein's biggest worshipper because there was unlimited slop content to get out of this, dunking on his enemies, people who'd accused him of things. By the way, I think Caseytron was relentlessly dunked on for, Caseytron was relentlessly dunked on for speaking out against Tectone. Let me just see. Hold on. Like, so this is the reason as well. Tectone was definitely in court on that day. And he hasn't posted about how he's won his case or anything like that. Ugh, just an awful guy. Just an all-round, like, horrifying individual. And the fact that, you know, he was sort of bigged up by so many content creators for so long that he said the shit he did online and people were still like, oh, you know, it's probably just random allegations to take him down. It's insane. And the fact that people like don't see that when these people leech off you, when they're making slop out of you, that they are enjoying you punishing women because that's what you have become and that's what you are. That's like that's what Ethan Klein is and that's what his lawsuits were about. Nothing else. Nothing else. They were about punishing women who dared to have like radical-ish politics on the internet, you know? Like that's it. As simple as that. And of course now, Asmongold can't say anything, you know? Even though he was really good friends with this guy. We'll actually finish the Asmongold video now because it probably is better contextualized.
Even a question. So read the next text. Okay, let me see what this is. What is this? And Tectone, I don't know what the fuck happened here. As I said, some shit happened with Tectone. I'm gonna be honest. I am so, even r/Asmongold, okay, this doesn't look good. Yeah, do you know why? It's because my subreddit is one of the only subreddits that's out there trying to actually look at what the facts are. I think this really proves a lot. That, like, the moment that, like, any time that something happens, the way that I look at it is as objective as possible. It is. I try to be as objective as I can be with everything. And even if, like, as I said, I am a big ICE supporter, I think Trump should have done the...
So he just ignores the Tectone stuff. I love how this is someone who's like 100% will be justifying his support for ICE in terms of deporting illegals responsible for all of this monstrous stuff and blah, blah, fucking blah. All of them engaging in sexual violence, apparently in his mind. But when his friend does it, a guy who calls himself John Tectone. Yeah, I'll probably just ignore that, by the way.
So this will be, elephant in the room will be addressed. Yeah, again, I'll wait for Tectone to talk about all this stuff. Like, people said that, like, he lost some court case. I have no idea. I think he did, by the way. I'm pretty sure he did lose the court case.
Oh, so you think he lost the court case? You're like friends with this guy. Reach out and ask him. Reach out and ask him and speak out and say, like, hey, this was really fucked and I think that this kind of stuff is a problem in the streaming community and seemingly amongst your friends.
I just don't know what that means or anything else, so I'm kind of waiting for him to say it. It seemed like, you know, again, like the information where it came from.
Like, truth be told, you can never know fully what someone is like. Like, you know... There are some people who do heinous things behind closed doors, and yet are very charming individuals who get away with it. However, when there are the vast amount of credible allegations, when they behave like this way on the internet, I'm sorry, bro. This guy was not... He did not fool you. It was very obvious who he was.
Isn't really something...
Like, his content is just, I hate women.
I think I'd want to comment.
Like, sorry, I'm just pulling this up. Look what I'm fucking getting. Can you see this? The problem with women in games. Like, bro, this is the content this guy was making. Like, who plays video games? Like, I play a lot of video games than I have in my time. Do you know, I don't sit there and think it's, oh my god, why is there this woman in a video game? If they're badly written, maybe I'd be like, okay, they're badly written, but I don't care. Like, I'm not obsessed with women on the internet and in video games. It's such a weird, pathetic behavior. Oh. Like, just literally, just take a second to look through this guy's content. Before he could no longer make content. And now makes videos called Change, Iron Mouse, I Almost Died, Cutie Cinderella, Rich. Goodbye, Charlie! Oh. Hassan obliterated by Asmongold and Tectone. Trans fatigue. Lying bitch. Like, this is just allowed on YouTube. Oh.
Comment on. I guess I can just say, I mean, I might as well just say, like, Mizkif is very obviously suing me for defamation. And because of that, I don't want to comment on anything that's coming out of, you know, any information that's surrounding him, because it could complicate.
Yeah, exactly. If there's a badly written man in a video game, I'll be just as upset about it. Like, these people are like, oh, video games are bad now because they have bad written characters. I mean, maybe one might make the argument, which, like, look, I don't play enough of every game that comes out, but I think you could probably make the argument that games are becoming too bloated and they're trying to chase something that they're just unable to recreate now. But also, a lot of these people's, like, disenchantment with video games comes with the fact that they're not like 10 years old anymore, that they're not 11 years old, that like special feeling than when you play like Pokemon or something for the first time doesn't come back because your mind cannot fully focus on it, and because you're constantly weighed on by the stresses going on around you of everyday life and of being an adult instead of being a kid. But instead of maybe thinking about that and that all of this nostalgia stuff is stupid, maybe just like they go, women bad in video games.
The lawsuit. So I'm not going to I'm not going to comment on, or I'm not going to say anything about it at all. And so that's the reason why.
Also, sorry, I reckon this will be a banger to watch. This involves every American. Charlie Kirk talking about gun control. Hassan calls for the death of Ethan Klein's wife. I can't wait to learn about white guilt from from Tectone to learn his opinions on what white people should be guilty of. Motherfucker's chasing a high. Yeah, I mean, you're chasing a high, and like I saw someone tweet about this. It was like, oh, wasn't X, Y, or Z year better? And it's like, you just have depression. Like, you're just depressed and you yearn for a nostalgia, like a misremembered past. It's just like a fragment of what once existed in your mind. Like, you're not getting that back no matter what you play. Like, I really am enjoying playing Elden Ring. Like, I haven't got to play it because my damn girlfriend's here and she won't let me play Elden Ring all the time because apparently you have to spend time with your girlfriend. But, like, I think that
It is utterly ridiculous.
I think that the main problem here is that it's like, it'll just never feel like playing Dark Souls when I was 14 for the first time did, because it was something so alien to me, something such a new, unique game, and because I was at such a different point in my life. I think women are very nice and equal to men. For example, my mother is a woman, and she is great. Who did we watch a video of recently where they were like, don't you dare call me a... Oh, it was Robert No, it was someone saying, I have a mother. And Marcus Ryan, thank you for the €5. But yeah, very based and very true. Just try opium if you want that kind of high again. Very interesting. Don't recommend that. And no one please do that. That is a joke. That is satire. But yeah.
It would complicate the lawsuit. So, yeah, it's that simple. I don't want to make any other comments beyond that, because if I do, then I will, I could... Every word that I say about the topic is a word that can be used against me. It's not going to happen. Anyway, we're about...
Like, I just can't ever... Also, like, I can't recuperate the feeling of enjoying a video game as much anymore, because, like, over, the last, like, 7-8 years, I've had shit to do. Like... university work and like living my life, and then this kind of work. Like, I can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna fucking play a game all day until whatever time at night, because I'm like, actually that affects things that are way more important for my physical and mental health. Like going to the gym and things like that, and it's like, I don't want to be up late. That's not good for my health. Yeah, I have heard that women have cooties, although we do not say that in the UK. I mean, women make life worth living. Yeah, I mean, it's, once again, it's just looking for someone to blame, and in Western society in recent years, women's lives have obviously advanced quite like a bit, and obviously there are many issues and structural violences that women still face that men clearly do not face. However, like, when you're looking for someone to blame as like a disenfranchised victim of the neoliberal order of Western society, people just claw out and go for women, and they'd be like, look how good women's position is, and yet they still complain and things aren't good enough for them. I've been on the gaming side of the internet for over a decade, and the blatant misogyny is crazy. Women so often don't get taken seriously at all in spaces. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong about that at all. I don't think you're wrong at all.
Aren't you tired of being around these streamers? Constant problems? I absolutely am. 100%, 100%. It is so exhausting having to deal with streamers and stuff like this. Like, whether it was the Lakari thing was just awful, right? I mean, like, holy shit, what are we doing? So, I don't know. I mean, I've been saying this for a long time. It's very, very exhausting for me. And I just want to, at this point, I want to just be left alone. I don't want to really collab with anyone. I don't want to do anything with anyone. I just want to be left alone, right? I want to be left alone, and I want to be just doing my own stream in my own house by myself and not interact with anybody. This is like, I went through...
Do you not think that maybe associating with people whose entire content is just calling women bitches and making thumbnails of them like fake crying so all of their fans can enjoy Ethan Klein's lawsuit about how all of these people should be sued was maybe the issue, and calling women whores and bitches on the internet is just like horrifying, disgusting, repugnant behavior, and that those are the people you should never be around? But then again, in your politics, those are your friends, those are your alliances, because what do you love? Amber Heard getting like abused, like legally abused. That was how you made your career, you know?
Cool. Like, we went through the drama with OTK. We had like 5 or 10 different like Obama statements. Let me see if I can find it here. And
Obama.
What did he say? Let me pull it up.
Obama was calling out OTK.
We've had like 5 or 10 of these things happen. Like, I've had a lot of my friends, you know, and people that I was, you know, like friendly with at least, you know.
Yeah, the misogyny slop mill. I wished I had a university professor like you, Chris. The ones I had are so uppity right-wingers who long for the 1940s to return. Depends what you're studying. If you're studying the Middle East, then you tend to get a lot of leftists, generally. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule, obviously. Is that how he popped up through Amber Heard? I mean, I think if you kind of look into how he covered the Amber Heard trial, I think it was a big thing for him becoming like a massive political streamer. I think he was actually one of the people who played like a really big role in the growth of that case in terms of like it being like a content mill. It probably would have been anyway, but yeah, like he definitely popped off up on that. Like, I think he was just a World of Warcraft streamer before that. A WoW streamer.
People in Austin get canceled, and it's just like after.
Oh, yeah. Just look into the Johnny Depp case, and every time I talk about this, people get really, like, try and get defensive of it. Look into the UK case. They found, like, a multitude of different cases of Johnny Depp, like, beating her violently.
After 2022... there was like a pretty big...
Marcus Ryan, that is an outrageous comment. I was misogynistic until I recently done a module called Gender and Social Change in Ireland for my college course. I now have reformed like Graham Plattner and Mr. Greg Stoker.
Thing that happened with OTK at that point. Like a big drama thing. I don't want to talk about it because, again, what I just mentioned. But like after that, I kind of just...
I mean, when I first heard about the Amber Heard thing, I was never like, I didn't really follow it at the time. And I was never like, oh, Amber Heard deserves what she's getting and blah, blah, blah. I just didn't really care. And I was like, oh, it seems like they're just bad as each other. But then you look into it. And also, by the way, anyone who uses that argument, Johnny Depp was a 50-year-old actor. She's in her 20s. And everyone's like, she was a mega movie star. He's Johnny Depp. Yeah, Johnny Guitar. Play the guitar, boy. Play it again.
I lost interest in any degree of interacting with people, dealing with people, being friends with streamers, and everything else. And yeah, I'm just, and now, like, I've had so many people already.
And now I'm just hanging out with all the cockroaches, and the cockroaches never get allegations against them.
Around me get accused of bad stuff. I've had, like, you know, people do all kinds of bad stuff. People turn into a person that I didn't really think that they were. And I know it's just about getting older and that's life. But overall, I'm just kind of tired of dealing with streamer drama, being tangentially related to it. And
you're not tangentially related. You had a podcast with this guy and he behaved in like a repugnant way on the internet. Maybe have a moment of reflection.
Then blamed for
maybe this is a time to like sit down and be like, okay, yeah, this is really, really, really bad and I should have a think about it. You did not do it, of course. You did not do it, okay? And, you know, as I said, people can, there can be situations where people fool you. I'm not denying that that happens. But when it is a guy who runs, as someone put it in the chat, the misogynistic slop mill farm, I think at that point it's maybe like, holy shit, this is really like, really awful. And whenever you talk to, like when Ethan talked about him, it should have been like, hey, he's got some really fucking serious allegations against me. And he should have spoken out of like, oh, my lawsuits are about fair use. They're not about punishing women. But of course, he didn't do that because they were about punishing a woman.
Like
multiple women.
I just don't want to have anything to do with it. And also, like, you know, I'm a really lucky guy in a lot of regards. I have so many real life friends. I've grown up with tons of guys. Like, you might not believe this, but I've had a lot of the same friends for like 20 years. Like, sometimes even longer than that. I mean, I
how long can a This is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard. An American cockroach can only live for 1 to 2 years. And if they're an oriental cockroach, they can only live for 4 to 6 months. But Asmongold is definitely not allowing any kind of oriental cockroach in his house.
I don't know. I think I'm a pretty nice guy to hang out with and be around. And so, you know, like, I don't really need to seek out new friendships with, and I think that it's unique to streamers.
No, I think, and someone asked, why does the age matter? Because in that situation, like a 26, 27-year-old is someone who is at a much less, like, certain place in their life, really, I think is the important thing to say, to do with that. Also, I just quickly want to pull up this, because this is previously what Asmongold did and said.
I'm not sure when I'll be back, but my mind is clouded. I'm just angry every day. I'm crashing out over nothing, and I don't want my resentment guiding me. I see where I'm headed, and I don't like it at all. I'm saying things I don't mean. I'm tilting out over the smallest things. The worst thing is I can't even explain to you guys why I'm so angry, and that's what's frustrating me the most, because I value...
By the way, watch him go even deeper into the right-wing grift, because Tectone will be back, and he will be more repugnant and more vile.
Transparency over everything. I'm going to go on break, hopefully not for long, but no streams for a while. This date that I have to keep waiting for is getting closer, but the wait is harder. I plan on making some YouTube videos and just talking and tweeting every now and then, but nothing too much. I need to get my head straight again. Appreciate y'all. Bye for now. So, as somebody who knows more about this than the public, I think that when he comes back, all of this is going to make a lot more sense. I'll certainly say that. So, don't worry about it, guys. Tectone will be back. It's not going to be a big deal. Everything's totally fine. And so, yeah, that's it. And hiding from the bot bans? Well, why would he hide from the bot bans when his last stream had 11,000 viewers? It doesn't even make any sense. What are we talking about here? And so, is he pregnant? He could be pregnant. That could be it. Yes, that's it. He's going to have to give birth.
He was claiming that he's going to be back.
And that will be it. And, yeah, so he told you lies off stream too? Why would he tell me, what do you mean lies? Like, I mean, no, like, has it ever occurred to you that maybe I know more about a lot of these situations than the public would be aware of? Like, I mean, I've known Tectone now for, like, what, 3 or 4 fucking years? Like,
Jesus. He defended him. Just repugnant stuff. Just repugnant. Okay, right, we're going to end that there. Quickly, I'm probably going to go pee, but I'm not going to use the screen because the screen currently fucks up the live goal, which is really annoying. So I'm just going to quickly put on music whilst I go pee. Hold on, I really need to pee. You keep asking me to name 5 women. Okay, Layla Khaled, Roxanne Dunbar-Ortiz. Then we're going to go for Mari Ruti. Then we're going to go for... Those are the only 3 women I've ever heard of. I'd like to apologize for my actions, and I'm really, 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 really sorry. I don't know what to say, and I'll go and ruminate on them whilst I go and pee. Oh, this fucking YouTube thing is so annoying.
Intifada, 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 intifada. شهداء الانتفاضة يا بنات المجد يا شهداء الانتفاضة يا بنات المجد سطرتم ملاحم البطولة رفعتم رايات الحرية سطرتم ملاحم البطولة رفعتم رايات الحرية.
Oh wait, no. Okay, right. I'm back. Sorry. And some women do it too. Look at the talking egg. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like Taylor Lorenz said that women are upholders of misogyny too. Like, definitely there are people who do this kind of crap on the internet. I mean, what is Egg with a microphone even talking about? Thanks for the $2, by the way, Nox. She's playing Hello Kitty Adventure and talks about Pearl, just pearly things. And does a H3 after party eating Korean snacks. Amazing. Okay, right. We're going to talk about actually something that I'm going to react to the biggest... I mean, Sarah, you may also actually understand this as well. I'm going to react to the biggest TikToker being banned. Or not being banned, but basically the biggest TikToker, or one of the biggest UK TikTokers, Dylan Page, this guy, has come out and has spoken about like TikTok and the problems of it, and it's really interesting to watch because obviously, you know, I wouldn't probably stick this on, but I have like decent commentary on this. So yeah, women are some of the most ardent defenders of misogyny in my experience. I mean, I don't know if it's ridiculous. I think that there are some women who definitely do defend misogyny. I think that's undeniable, like all that trad wife shit and stuff, you know. I don't think it's necessarily all women, or like that you don't find like you don't find people who don't do it. But yeah, I feel like that you can find people who get up to it.
Okay, this is not a video I ever thought I'd be making, but I think it's the right time to just put it all out there. You see, I've been creating content on TikTok for the last 5 years. I have posted thousands of videos, generated tens of billions of views. I've got 18 million followers on the platform. Hell, last month I was at ByteDance's headquarters, all the way over in China. But in that time, I have noticed some truly strange things that I've never witnessed on any other platform. TikTok.
Don't bother installing TikTok. By the way, this video is really important because right now you're gonna hear people who are like complaining about how bad TikTok has become, right? And like all of this stuff and the new censorship. Just watch this video. It's really important.
Actually decides what news reaches viewers.
I mean, this is certainly a bit of a dramatization of getting on like some EU official to complain about TikTok's violation of like safety policies and stuff. They are always getting up to this.
And which news doesn't. What TikTok is doing is against EU law.
And I'll be honest, for the longest time, I didn't want to share any of this publicly because it is literal self-sabotage. You see, according to TikTok's own terms and conditions, which you can read, it's in plain English, you may not make any derogatory public comment or statement concerning TikTok, or else you can be removed from their creator rewards program. And
this is one of the most insane things that I have ever heard. The most insane things. You can be suspended from the TikTok creator funds program. You can have all of your money cut off if you basically just if you criticize TikTok on the platform. Like, I was done with this platform months ago because like my Instagram is way smaller than my TikTok. I don't get paid anything for videos on Instagram, by the way. And yet, like, my videos on there, some of which received like a 100 views on TikTok, were popping off. Even like, so I posted this video, Whilst Babies Freeze, right? Has a 1,818 likes on Instagram. It's not like a great video, probably indicative of the fact of not everyone loved it. Also that I've not been posting, maybe it's that. People aren't checking out my account as much anymore. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, I much prefer doing this, as you all know. However, let's just go check out the Chris Kunzler TikTok channel, where I have...
Whilst the elite...
where I have 436,000 followers, nearly 4 times the amount. This video has 700 likes. How is that possible? Like, how is that possible? That doesn't make sense. Not every video that you make is a banger. Not every video that you make is gonna go popping off and all of this kind of stuff. However, simultaneously, this is indicative that there is some kind of suppression going on with that. Do you purposely pose in front of the bookcase? No, not really. Not really, no. And Sarah, I remember when you had a video criticizing Netanyahu. To be honest, I was shocked that that video even went like as viral as it did, because it's insane, right? Like how viral it is. It has like 20 million views, no? Not like as any criticism or to like put you down or anything, but I was just like, oh, it's a video about fucking Netanyahu. Not going to be popping off, right? And it did. But like the platform, I actually think the change occurred around something Charlie Kirk did with the US government previously. Charlie Kirk said that he worked with TikTok and that he said, oh, we'll be the biggest friends of TikTok, our administration.
Never make money on the platform again. So, we better make this one count. In my hand is a 3-page response directly from TikTok containing information, some of which has never been made publicly available. And for the TikTok employees I know that are watching this right now, I promise this is for the greater good of the platform. Now, in my other hand, we have...
But that's the thing. Instagram and Meta employs Israeli soldiers. The thing is, though, is like, that's egregious and people notice it. Because TikTok has subtly manipulated the algorithm and because it's owned by a Chinese company and most people are like, oh, China wouldn't do that. They don't feel the same about Palestine as America does and stuff. Of course they don't. They don't have such a heavy ideological commitment to the to the Israelis. Yet simultaneously, China are just going to follow suit and they want their company to be allowed in the West. So, yeah.
Have accounts from whistleblowers who are...
Yeah, I think at that point, like Sarah, like a video going that viral criticizing Netanyahu is mental to me.
Sharing their concerns and insights about TikTok, its moderation, and again, some of this information has never been made publicly available. And lastly, we have also spoken to some of the platform's largest creators, hearing their experiences for the first time. And spoiler on that one, I think some of your favorite TikTokers might be making a lot less money than you...
Like, I can tell you, without doing YouTube, like, obviously my ad revenue's not great on here, because I mostly I only post like videos. I haven't been doing them as much recently. I'm going to get back to them, don't worry. But like my ad revenue, like this is mostly done through super chats and donations, and like you guys watching as well definitely helps, and I'm always like will not diminish that. I'm so incredibly grateful. But like on that platform, you cannot make money. Like I had 400,000 followers, right? I don't know if I can say, in the first month that the Creator Fund was released, I made an amount of money that was like, wow, okay, this is an amount of money which I could easily live off. Then after that, because I had university commitments, I couldn't really upload as much as I wanted, but they cut down and down and down the amount of money that I was getting paid till it was basically nothing what I could get paid from the platform. There is no way that I could do this 100%, like... and could do this as much of the time if I was not doing YouTube. Like, YouTube is so much more sustainable of a platform. It is so much better of a platform. It is so much easier to interact with their moderation team. TikTok is impossible to act with the moderation team. I mean, anyone in here who makes TikToks will tell you exactly the same thing. And that's kind of the crux of this video.
Now, with that being said, I want to stress the purpose of this video and...
Like, also, sorry, let me also just put it like this. Dylan Page... is not like someone who I'd be like, wow, this is a great, like, amazing content creator. He's basically someone who just, like, reads off headlines with a little bit of his own slant on them. They're not really, like, you know, they're not really...
Okay, guys, the numbers come...
They're not really, like, that unbelievable. I mean, he's just posted a video where he's talking about the Iran situation, saying that 30,000 have been killed in Iran. I don't know whether he criticizes it or not, or discusses like, hey, maybe it's not true, but who knows? I mean, to each their own. I mean, Times has reported that, but anyway, he is just someone who is like, he is just someone who like reports the news. He's getting censored. How do you think it works with people who talk about left-wing politics? Oh, no. It's, sorry. I hope it didn't sound rude. It is a great video, and I enjoyed it. I remember seeing it, and I don't mean in any way to, like, diminish it or to act as if, like, oh, you shouldn't have got that and someone else should have, like, I should have got it. That is not what I'm saying, and I apologize if it came across in that way. What I am saying is, like, in June of 2025, seeing a video about Palestine do 20 million from, like, a, you know, not like a major news account like Middle East Eye or something, is just unprecedented. Like, that is just unbelievable. Like, it literally has 20 million. It's a fantastic video, but yeah.
And what we're about to get into is not to bash TikTok. I happen to like the platform and I want to see it thrive, but some serious problems need to be highlighted that are forcing some of the platform's largest and up-and-coming creators.
And I think, by the way, I think switching to YouTube and, like, making longer form videos feels way more rewarding as well.
Off of the platform for good. And I don't want that to happen. So,
Do I think I'll pursue a PhD? I mean, potentially. I do get to do a lot of research right now, and I'd like to get more into writing, and perhaps when I'm away I'll do more stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a PhD. It's still weighing heavily in my mind.
We should stop the yapping and let's get cracking.
Hey, bud. Just heading there now.
I have sank years into that, like literal years of making content every single day.
Why do all of these people look the same is the only thing I'll say. White people be looking the same?
Posting a bunch of times.
YouTube runs ads for the IOF in Israel. I'm sure it does, and I'm sure that these algorithms can be manipulated, that you can push out really just disgusting content on here. Yet, simultaneously, what I will also say is that, like, as a platform for building a reliable audience, for putting in, like, for putting in work and feeling a return and a reward, for being able to engage with a moderation team, for it being able to be sustainable, it's just much better.
I wake up one morning and they put up a notification, they say your account is permanently banned. Being a content creator in general is risky enough, let alone being on a platform.
By the way, this guy really does not suit short blonde hair.
That is sporadically banning people for, they don't even explain why. They just...
Why do they have the same accent as well? I feel like this is one of the weirdest parts of the video.
You're gone.
First of all, I'm so glad you're doing this video. I, for a long time, didn't know how my experience compared to other people's experiences on TikTok.
Do not stay on one platform. My God, I stuck on TikTok for years. That's all I cared about. When I got banned, I was gutted, definitely stuck. Sat there with, you went from loads of money or whatever money you were making, right, to zero overnight, and it takes a lot to start again, trust me.
Okay, let's start with how I got here, because last week, I don't think I ever expected to be posting this video. It pains me to say this, but guys, I am leaving TikTok for a few days. The censorship on this platform is getting out of hand. What? Yeah,
the Chris K TikTok account was talking about this years ago. I was like, hey, the censorship on this platform's mental.
Video was right after one of the big...
I got banned for anti-Semitism because I played that video of Netanyahu going, the Mufti of Jerusalem was, he gave the Nazis the idea. And I got banned for misinformation, for disinformation about the Holocaust, about that guy, exclusively of the part because of when he said it. Man, I love research so much, especially if it's a topic you're passionate about. What are you currently working on? Well, I haven't really had a chance to develop my thoughts. I mean, I read a lot of psychoanalysis, and I'm hoping to blend that in with something, but probably Gulf-related for my more serious research.
News stories of the decade broke, and when I went to go and cover it, I experienced an abnormal amount of videos getting taken down. We're talking 5 videos in 2 days, either entirely taken off the platform or their newer moderation technique ineligible for recommendation. And
yeah, I haven't even started posting. You can see how little I've posted on this. And yeah, censorship, no censorship for right-wing extremists like Charlie Kirk's account. Boom, that's going sky high.
These graphs are what that looks like for the video. So it's essentially the same as removing a video entirely because no one sees it anymore. Now, let me be very clear. This was not the content's problem. Every single platform that I posted this video on had 0 issues with it. And when,
like, if this shit is happening to this guy who just kind of like, and not, you know, I don't think he's like an amazing content creator, by the way, but if this shit is happening to him where he's posting like tepid takes on the news of just like, this is what is happening and this is it. This is what's happening, sorry. If that's getting taken down, like this lukewarm stuff, imagine what they do to like someone who's actually left-wing.
They did take these videos down.
And posting subversive content.
Didn't give a reason apart from community guidelines. And look.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, you asked why is Charlie not posting anything. I actually have no idea. I think you'd have to check his accounts, but I assume it must be this same new feature.
As I mentioned, I have posted thousands of videos on this app, and if this was just this one-time thing, I would write it off. I'll say, whatever, let's not make a big deal of it, move on with my life. But it was not a one-time thing. This is off of the back of TikTok attempting to permanently ban my account for reasons I only found out today, almost a year later, and we'll talk about that. They have dropped my RPM down to the lowest amount possible on this app. This graph is it just...
So how much does he get? 1500 times. So he still gets like I guess if those are qualified, he still gets like £15,000.
Just in this year.
So in January, he was probably getting like hundreds of thousands of pounds for his content.
Of it dropping to abysmal 0.
Well, I guess actually, well, I guess that those won't be all qualified. Wait, is he talking about qualified views here? I guess not every view is qualified, so it's hard to guess. So that, no, wait, that's qualified views, and that's probably over 28 days. So that's his lowest revenue. Wait.
On this app, this graph...
So here is probably around 15 grand or something. Imagine how much that is. Oh my lord.
Just in this year of it dropping to abysmal 0.01. And sometimes when TikTok removes a video of mine, they will block me from the appeals process by glitching the page. And my concerns only grew when a Dutch news organization reached out to me saying that they were experiencing similar issues too.
The thing that really...
How do you say, hold on. Wait.
It caught my eye is that you said it's potentially illegal under EU law that they are doing.
Ik heb problemen.
This. And so that was really like, whoa, okay. I didn't know he was...
Do you think he's a full-on millionaire? Yeah, I think he'll probably earn millions. I mean, he's got 18 million followers on TikTok. All of his videos are just over a minute. If that bar where he's getting 1.5 million views, like, okay, what? 1.5 million is, wait, am I doing this right? 0. 1 million times 0.01. It's still 15,000. If that's the smallest graph, then yes.
So
I mean, here's how crazy it's got over the years. There are times when my video on my page would look like it's fine. It's got 1 million views or so, but if you go on someone else's account, that video for them does not exist. We are talking about videos mysteriously disappearing without any notification from TikTok that its visibility has been limited. Now, there are
some of the craziest ones I had were like so bizarre. I mean, many of you probably don't know. When I got banned the first time around October the 7th, how someone did it is they waited for me to go live and So sorry, they waited for me to go live, and then they took down my video by highlighting 2 old videos with copyright on.
There are certain laws against that, which we...
Why do I enjoy Chris? Well, I don't know if I was struggling with maths. I was just like, have I typed it out incorrectly? But 1.5 million times 0.1 is right. It's 15,000.
We'll get into further in the video, but it's particularly gaslighting for the creator because you're then told, oh, it's just a bad video.
TikTok removed some of our videos without notifying us or giving us the opportunity to object. Recently, TikTok took down a video about the Dutch government's campaign Be Prepared, which helps citizens prepare for possible emergency situations. And what TikTok said really worried me because they told us that we were spreading misinformation. And we really didn't understand why, because we're a news organization. We're checking
and this
everything.
Information was from the government as well.
From the government, yeah. When TikTok deletes videos at random or shadow bans them, TikTok actually decides what news reaches viewers and which news doesn't. I think this is really troubling because TikTok isn't a journalist. It isn't actually fit to decide what's newsworthy or not.
But it was after this Venezuela reporting where things took a really wild turn to take us to where we are today. At this point, almost every video that I was putting on the platform was making me a loss. It was becoming harder to justify spending hours and days on research and editing just for a video to get taken down. So
I also, by the way, I don't know how this guy is apparently spending. Maybe I'm not familiar with enough of his content. But let's have a look at a video. Here's him talking about Iran for 1 minute and 50 seconds. I'm not sure how this is something that's like this is an indicative of someone who spent hours on research.
Iran next. The country's 92 million people are heading into their 6th day of an internet...
Okay, I'm worried that this has copyrighted music on, actually.
So, it seems that Nicolas Maduro is a...
I don't see this as a guy who's spending days of... I guess
today, we are at a Chinese...
I guess that's the thing. If he goes to, like, a Chinese Walmart or something, okay, that makes sense. But he doesn't, like, heavily research the news or something. You know, I don't think he does.
Okay, guys, something pretty huge seems to be happening in Bulgaria right now. You guys have absolutely flooded my comments.
Like, people just comment about things. That's it. They just comment on these kind of things. And then, people comment and tell him what to talk about. And then generally he does.
Yeah, I did kind of reach a breaking point. I made a video and I said I'm going to be stepping back for a few days to focus on other platforms like YouTube. And honestly, I had no idea where this video was going to go. It blew up in ways I couldn't even...
Who knew that mediocre violist telling me over and over again, alongside a couple of others of you, to stop doing TikTok lives would be what pushed me off the platform, probably for pretty much the good.
Even imagine. 26,000 comments, 150,000 shares, 2.9 million likes. I had no idea that many people would relate to a post like this. I started getting hundreds of messages from other creators telling me their experiences. Accounts with millions of followers were commenting things on this post like, yep, I'm so sorry, this app is completely different now. I understand I lost my 5.8 million TikTok account due to a
What does Jack Bean UK post?
Helicopter video. I left that platform after hitting 9.8 million and experienced the same thing. These are full-time creators with millions of followers.
God, Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess it's an old photo, but here's a photo of him with Conor McGregor in 2023, which I feel like there's probably information about him out and about. He really makes progressive content. Sorry, I don't date guys with little dicks. Wow.
This is their job, and they're choosing or getting pushed off the...
I think if your job is... I guess people make videos doing anything, and a lot of my job is hating on Ethan Klein, so...
platform. And for the longest time, I kind of thought that I was experiencing this because I was covering news, political content, etc. But after I posted that video and got this feedback, I started to think, if everyone is experiencing something similar, then there has to be a bigger story here. And that is when I reached out to TikTok to see what they would say about some of these issues. And whew, it's crazy. Let's get into that. Okay, let's go through the parts of their response that really stood out to me. Firstly, I asked them why my account was permanently banned earlier last year, and they said that I temporarily connected to a Wi-Fi network which was previously used by an account with a lot of violations. Now, that for me was more shocking.
Listen to that. Unbelievable. His account was banned. One of the biggest content creators was banned, and he didn't know why for a whole year because he accidentally connected to a Wi-Fi network that had someone who'd got TikTok violations on. Yeah, people might start thinking that you and Healer are an item. I don't think they're going to start thinking that. Do I have the Wikipedia? Yeah, I accidentally do have the Eric Adams Wikipedia page bookmarked. So what I'm hearing is that my complaining is good. Actually, thank you for confirming. Yes, I mean, yes, definitely. It was good to get off the platform.
Then if
TikTok is objectively like a really bad platform to be a creator on, I'm sorry, like it's really something that is grating, really something that is annoying. And I think that this guy, the fact that this guy with nearly 20 million followers is treated like this, is talking about the fact of, hey, this wasn't like, I couldn't really do any videos that are like, you know, I couldn't really do the kind of videos I wanted to, is kind of indicative of like, my God, imagine when you try and talk about subversive politics on there.
My content was against their guidelines. Because remember, I got banned without the ability to appeal. So imagine if I didn't have the reach that I have to get in contact with someone at TikTok and sort this out. I may have never got my account back for something as simple as connecting to a Wi-Fi network at the Airbnb that you're staying at. Just imagine TikTok being your full-time job and your account gets removed overnight for something as simple as connecting to Wi-Fi, things you can't even protect against. What happened?
I went on the app like normal and a little like information bar popped up and basically just said that I need to edit my profile
Is this his brother? What?
because I'm posing as another person or an organization in a confusing way. But anyway, I obviously I couldn't edit my profile. I tried to appeal it, and then one day just went on the app and they
Oh, this must be his brother. This must be his brother.
They say your account has been permanently banned. It just would not let me access my account. Just disappeared.
Just because you looked and sounded like me.
I assume so, but they never really gave an explanation for that.
Okay.
Wiped out in a day. Just permanently deleted. What? And then there's nothing you can do. You can't. I tried appealing.
We need to wait.
Appeal denied. What could you do?
So that was pretty shocking. Secondly, I asked why 5 of my reports on the Venezuela situation were removed, and they said that one of my posts, this one is crazy, one of my posts was shared by another user.
Oh, it is his brother. He's called Elliot Page.
And that user was wrongfully moderated by TikTok. As a result, the original video, which was my video, got penalized with the same result.
Yeah, by the way, this is another reason that I increasingly grew scared of trying to focus on TikTok. Okay, so all of these people kept uploading videos and images of mine that were edited slightly. They had like a fake AI background. And what I started to become obsessed with was, hang on a second, I reckon at a certain point, this is going to end up in a situation where my content is the one that gets taken down because apparently I've stolen it from them. And so I was like, right, yeah, this is not for me. I need to start moving away from this.
So at this point, I'm thinking, now I've got to worry about the millions of people who share my videos daily, and that could end up causing my videos to get taken down. I mean, it's starting to feel like you can breathe wrong on this platform and your content can get removed.
Yeah, so my TikTok got banned recently. I was doing it for about 6-7 years full time. Long story short, they banned me over a video of myself flying over New York City with my legs out the helicopter.
Did they give you a reason when that video got taken down?
Dangerous activities. You've got your seatbelt on, you've got a harness on. You know, there's many others videos like it, and I tried to explain that to them, but they told me no matter how many times I email them, the outcome will not change.
Now, in their
it's fucking crazy as well, because you're not emailing a real person. You're emailing you are literally just emailing some random AI tool or something.
offense, they also disclosed to me that a staggering 100 million videos get uploaded to TikTok daily. And I'll be honest, that is some serious scale that they have to moderate. And they said in just 3 months last year, 186 million videos were removed. That's an average of 2 million videos per day. But here's where things get scary, because yesterday I also spoke with an anonymous source and they asked not to be named for legal reasons.
But the part that I don't find, the part that I find so bizarre about this is you can report someone who's uploaded like a really monstrous and problematic video.
It is utterly ridiculous.
And nothing will happen about it. Like, the algorithm won't do anything, and so there just must be picking through random videos to ban. Why are we watching this uncharismatic people who have nothing to do with Zionism yet? Because it's quite interesting, because this guy is like, he's a bloody waste man. Thanks for the donation, Thomas. But the reason I'm watching it is because this guy's like, they call him like News Daddy, and he's like the biggest news account on TikTok, and he just like posts videos of him going, oh my god, this XYZ or something is happening, and like blah 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 blah, and people love it because it's very simple, like explanation of the news. I mean, like
a huge
he has a video about the Epstein files, something which is really hard to get views about on, with 1.2 million likes and like 15 million views. It's fucking crazy. And if this guy is getting censored, if this guy can't work out how the algorithm works on this platform, it is genuinely insane to think about if you're a smaller creator. Like, I have like not even like 10% of his followers, really. No, I have nowhere near 10% of his followers. I don't even have half his followers. Yeah, it's I will send it to you. But Sarah, that's why, like, in all of those chats, when I like, whenever I talk to someone who's like a TikToker and they're like, oh, do you have any advice or anything? I'm just like, don't do it. Go and do YouTube instead. If you want to make videos, like, TikTok feels good, but it's never going to be something that you can do. You are never going to be able to become a content creator who talks about politics on there, because first of all, the algorithm will suppress you brutally. You'll never be able to build up a consistent audience on the platform. I mean, I showed you Isabel's metrics the other day. Wait, let's have a look at Isabel. Hold on. Dumb birch tree. So Isabel is someone who has similar followers to me, and she's probably overtaken me by quite a bit now. Okay, massive political news for someone who covers American politics, left-wing politics.
I posted my previous TikTok on American Wi-Fi, and it was on 0 views for So Swallow Braverman just affected to
like, okay, that's probably not going to do that well, but she pulls in like huge, sorry, I don't even have 5% of his followers. She's someone who posts like huge, has videos that bang. Okay, 2 million views, right? People like what she's posting. Straight after, 2.3. Then, okay, so you think this is someone who's putting together a bit of a run, and you think this would start growing in consistency. 6,000 views just a few views later. 17,000, 20,000, 25,000. Look at these just before it. People haven't all of a sudden started hating her content. That's not how it works. They just suppress you. You cannot grow. You cannot build up a consistent audience because of how brutal this platform's algorithm is, because of how unaccountable it is.
They told me this.
TikTok has moderation teams.
The problem as well, you're talking about confidence, Sarah. The thing about this fucking platform is, as well, is trying to be a content creator on there is really hysterical, because you're like, oh shit, people probably don't like my content anymore, or they don't think it's good. They don't enjoy it anymore. No, the algorithm just doesn't work, and if you're a left-wing content creator, you're going to be punished bizarrely. Once again, if someone who makes like the most standard reading off headlines and stuff in terms of their news is getting censored heavily, it's going to be happening to you way more in a way more significant manner if you're a small left-wing content creator.
They've sacked them all. I know some of them personally. So what happened is that they've used our moderation team to train their AI tools. They've sacked them to save money. And now moderation mistakes are happening left, right, and centre.
And basically, the next part is just about how the AI is the problem. Like, I think this has been going on for a while, but they've basically just accelerated it. They've put on way more AI shit, which is basically just being used for the specific goal of, like, quickly moderating huge amounts of stuff incorrectly. But it doesn't really matter ultimately, because, the problems were already there. The problems were already there. Like, these changes are bad, but they were already doing bad shit.
Is that this platform is now being moderated incorrectly. People hate AI, and this is a good example of AI isn't humans.
Now, it's not just my source telling me this. Sky News, they spoke to 3 whistleblowers from the UK's moderation team, and they said that more than 400 online safety workers have agreed to leave the company, with allegedly only 5 individuals.
If you're not in the US, your algorithm won't have been affected that massively.
Left. Obviously, that places a huge burden on the AI moderation, and TikTok have told me that 85% of content...
Look, YouTube's harder to get your start on, and it's really hard to get your followers across to this platform. But it is doable, it can happen, and it takes a while to slowly build up and stuff. And that can be difficult as well. But, you know, if you don't do it with the goal of just blowing up the whole time and you're grateful for what you get, it's great. It's great. And it's also a lot more satisfying when you make a good video that does well.
Moved off of the platform is done so by automation. The Sky News is saying that 400.
Yeah, I've been working 4.5 years. Huh?
4.5 years. Well, what did they say was the reason?
We will move to another country because it will be more cheaper.
Do you think they hired 400 more humans or no?
Not at all. No.
And it's not just the UK's moderation team. Reuters report that human layoffs and the move towards AI moderation is happening globally. Quote, the layoffs began the same day as for the teams in Asia, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And that is where it seems we get to the root of the issue, because AI simply doesn't understand context in the same way that humans do. Think that the AI is accurate and capable enough to do what you...
By the way, as well, quite a lot of these people have pointed out how, like, on these social media short form platforms, they normally just outsource it and pay really, really low amounts of money. This article's from 2 years ago. An AI model was trained by Kenyans, and they talked about like how bad the impact was, and like how there's graphic sexual violence and all of this stuff shown to them for probably incredibly little money as well. And this is just a long-standing problem with these platforms. This is not something new on TikTok, and it's why when everyone is like shocked and repulsed by like Oracle taking over, it's bad, it's inappropriate, and it's grotesque. But simultaneously, these platforms have always had these problems.
Were doing.
Yeah, I guess the former employers, I guess they're worried TikTok will sue them for getting in this video. And I guess, I don't know if you were being like, oh, it's crazy because they might not have the need to do this, but yeah. And yeah, AI can't really understand anything. It can't really understand nuance and things like that.
AI will never will be like a human. Never. For the creator, it will be like horrible. Now, because they over-tagging, over-banned the commands now in the platform.
It does not promote fearlessness, and it does not let you post anything that is you doing something that it doesn't like. You sat down on the edge of a cliff and you had some lunch, and it was super safe. There's no wind or anything. It's like that's promoting dangerous activities, and you're a threat to society, and it's like...
That sounds like a machine looking at a situation like that and not understanding the context to the situation and removing it.
And also, by the way, of all of the things that AI gets up to, like, it's bad when someone gets banned who does stuff like this, and I don't think it's good, and I think it's indicative of a wider problem with AI, you're correct, but I think the bigger problem is how it censors left-wing content creators, yet seemingly continues to over and over and over again promote right-wingers.
I consistently get comments. Almost every video, as a matter of fact, these days, are filled with...
Why is this guy wearing a shirt and a tie like this?
With comments just saying, I've been following you for years and I haven't seen you in forever. Why don't I see you anymore? And it's frustrating because I don't know what's different from the content that used to go viral. It's still going viral on Instagram, on Facebook, on other platforms, and now TikTok's become like one of my least favorite platforms because of that.
I don't know if I'll cover the Israeli propaganda today. Thanks for the donation, Thomas. I'll probably finish this and then finish the stream for today because I've been live for nearly 4 hours. Jesus.
So
you see, to me, TikTok feels like a platform that has grown so quickly that its infrastructure couldn't even keep up, and as a result, it feels like they are over-relying on AI and technology to moderate. And I have a pretty hilarious...
Also, by the way, this is definitely something that is a problem. Like, it's such a big, huge platform at this point. Like, how do you even moderate that? Like, how do you moderate 100 million videos a day? I think what you do is, unfortunately, you have to focus on, like, bigger fucking, like, left-wing accounts and, like, bigger accounts and, like, see how they're talking. But then I think the problem is then smaller accounts have trouble and get left alone and suffer.
Example of that. So when I stood back from TikTok, I decided to post this video to the platform, and it was basically just a little jab at TikTok saying, hey, this is the kind of content you want me posting, right? Instead of important news, dancing away with KSI and News Baby, and it's just some AI slop. But the thing is, that got taken down for weapons. So I appealed it, because obviously there's no weapons in there, and they denied.
This was like one time, right, when my account was on its biggest rise. Loads of my videos would get removed for things that I'd literally see other people doing who were left-wing content creators that didn't get them removed. One example was when Isabel posted a video of... She posted a video of, like, the passports, if you remember when all the British aid workers were killed. It was blood on the passports. And if I'd posted that, I know I would have got it banned. In fact, I think my video was censored and pulled down. And I remember others for guns, and I remember, like, people like James Ray talking about the problems that they've faced. And I can't believe there's the News Baby. I don't even know what News Baby does. I know of its existence, but...
Dylan Page is leaving TikTok.
I am leaving too.
Is he crashing out? Maybe a little bit.
By the way, this is AI slop. It's so weird.
We have finally got the reason why I am the only person KSI follows on...
I don't like that. I find that weird.
I did, and gave my account a strike for that. If you get more than 3 strikes, your entire account can be banned. So that was clearly not a human looking at that, and as a result, you know, it put my entire account in jeopardy. And here's the thing, I'm tempted to give TikTok grace for things like that. You know, they've got 100 million videos being uploaded per day.
I think you're probably right. Hire humans and pay them a decent amount. That's the answer.
But on the other hand, I want to take that grace back, because every single person that I've ever spoken to say the only platform that they face these kinds of moderation issues is, you guessed it, TikTok.
Have you ever had any videos that have been taken down from TikTok and also taken down on similar platforms? Is TikTok?
By the way, I've never, ever had that either. I've never had a video taken down on, never had a singular video taken down on Instagram. It's actually crazy.
The only one.
TikTok is the only one, yeah.
So that video that ultimately got you banned, did that post get taken down on any other platform?
No. No, that's the thing, right? Nowhere else.
That leads us to the assumption that TikTok is doing something differently, and that thing that they are doing differently is not working. But it might be worse than just not working. It might be actually breaking some laws.
It's called the European Media Freedom Act. So according to this act, a platform should inform a news organization that they want to delete a video and why. And then there should be an option to appeal this decision. And TikTok isn't doing that. It completely operates on its own. This is also interesting. So this same law also addresses shadow banning.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, the strike stuff is also insane. That's the first time I've muted myself in ages. That's annoying. But yeah, the strike stuff is insane. Like, you don't know when you're going to get banned. You don't know when anything's going to happen. And I think I mentioned that I've never had a video taken down. I don't know if you heard that or if that was before or after I blew my nose.
Basically, a platform, the EU, isn't allowed to shadow ban a video without prior notice and consultation. TikTok is actually breaking that law.
I like how his reaction was just to go... But yeah, I mean, I don't think TikTok cares about EU law.
I spoke to one of the former moderators TikTok made redundant. They said the company has the ability to reduce visualization of a post if that video violates a non-serious policy, but they don't notify a user in this case. And the user doesn't get notified of that.
Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, absolutely fine. I posted TikTok. Gone. Now the company I work with, it was a promo I was promoting the helicopter ride in exchange for the ride, and they said to me it's never been this bad. Like, we've never had this issue before. So TikTok is changing dramatically, and it's getting to the point where no one wants to be on the app anymore.
But honestly, we don't know what exactly that is. It's a mystery. And that's like one of the main points that I want to make. TikTok is a company that is just shrouded in mystery. When I was over at ByteDance's headquarters, this is what they said. So how many people work at TikTok in here?
Generally, we don't know the exact number.
This is actually mental as well, that like no one in ByteDance knows what's going on. But also, by the way, these algorithms are so complex, so huge, and so like you know, just beyond singular individuals, that it's kind of like, yeah, this isn't actually really all that surprising, unfortunately.
Because the structure of the company, it's like a mystery.
I was told
if the Chinese don't understand TikTok, no, the American mind cannot comprehend. The American mind running on burgers and other slop has no ability, no capacity to comprehend anything that is going on with TikTok.
By one of the coders at ByteDance, of course off the record, that not even he fully understands what is going on with their algorithm. And I don't know, maybe that makes the whole situation a lot worse. We don't know a lot about TikTok.
What have you found so far that's been surprising, alarming?
The first thing really surprised me that this TikTok insider told us about the algorithm, that it's a complete black box. No one can really put their finger on how it works.
That brings us to,
I think that this is also so much of a bigger problem than just TikTok, right? Like, does anyone really know how the X algorithm works? The X algorithm recently has just been promoting me tweets in other languages that aren't English, and not like Hebrew and stuff that I'm specifically looking at. It's insane. It's genuinely insane.
The money. So, excuse the crazy scene change, but we are shooting another video in Canada, and this is an entire frozen lake. And we still need to finish this TikTok video up. I think we were talking about monetization. And ironically speaking about that, the only reason we are able to, shoot out here is because of YouTube.
God, did he say that's in Canada? Sorry, I was focused on reading the chat. That is incredible. I mean, but put frankly, like Elon Musk has broken the algorithm so many times. I think it's indicative of how like people just don't really understand it. I can tell you, we have no clue what we are doing. 90% of our work is compiling code while praying to Satan. Are you actually a programmer? Because I heard that with all of these social media algorithms, that they are so big and that like people work on specific bits and then they're like out of the company and then people just don't really know or fully understand it.
Before we started YouTube, it doesn't make any sense to come all the way out here and shoot videos like this for short form, because you could post your video and it could be taken down. Like seriously, imagine coming all the way out to Canada to shoot this crazy video and it gets taken down by the moderation team. Or, you don't get paid anything, 1 cent per 1,000 views. It doesn't make any sense. And I think a lot of people were surprised when they found out that I was making 1 cent RPM, which is the lowest amount possible. But the thing is, it wasn't always like this. As you can see from this graph, like it has been a steady decline. Even from this year, it was doing pretty well. And now it's just been this slow, steady decline to abysmal levels. And the craziest part is that I've heard a lot of creators speaking about this, that recently there has just been this drop.
By the way, there's no explanation for like why this happened either.
In the amount that TikTok is paying. And to be honest, when I asked TikTok if there's any truth to this, one, they didn't really specify. They didn't answer that question. They just gave me this long, roundabout way of saying this.
But recommendation algorithms are not a solved problem by any means. How do you mean by that? Even worse if everyone works on part of a project. But these like algorithms must be so big at this point. And like, I don't know, you have to have them working in multiple different languages. I mean, what about Grok? Grok, we don't even need to talk about Grok. Grok is fucking excellent.
This is how creators get paid, and this is how much a video is worth to advertisers, which is all publicly available. What they did deny, though, is that there was a 30 video limit on how much you can get paid. But the thing is like, we don't really know, one, how much TikTok is earning, and two, how much they are actually sharing of what they earn with their creators. And look, I'm not gonna stand here and say that, TikTok should be paying its creators more. I actually do think that it's a genuinely tough problem to sort out and fix on short form, and that is the problem. It's short form that is the problem. But what I can tell you is that I got paid more with 3 million views on long form on YouTube than I did 300 million views on TikTok. That was a wake-up call for me, and I was like, this is not sustainable. And actually, YouTuber Mark Jones made a
that is like, it is incredible. It is incredible. The amount of money that I've been paid for certain videos, like the amount of views I was getting is like genuinely incomprehensible compared to this.
Really good point on this topic.
I was just at the TikTok Awards. I met a super talented TikToker, 600k followers, getting tens of millions of views, and she was still working a full-time job while living with her parents. Now, I'm not sharing this to shame her, I'm sharing this to illustrate a problem. 80 to 90% of the short-form creators I meet are starving artists.
I think that's what really...
I'm not sure the vast majority of people making short-form content are starving artists, or that's how I'd frame it, but I would say, yes, this is a problem.
Worries me about the social media space right now. I think TikTok came along and unintentionally broke the creator economics. They became so successful that every other platform, including YouTube, Instagram, and they copied the hell out of TikTok. And because of that, you've got this whole new generation of creators that are exclusively short form that are getting millions and millions of views. Everyone knows their names, but they are hardly making any money, or at least not as much as you would expect them to be.
They all talk about how jealous they are of long-form creators. Short-form content is just so much less sustainable.
This is pretty crazy, portraying the short-form guy as living as a homeless man with garbage on the street. I'm not sure I like this one.
Ad revenue sucks, the conversion rate's terrible, sponsors won't pay as much for it, and in the past we've seen extreme versions of what can happen when content creation becomes less sustainable. Platforms like Vine didn't die because viewers stopped watching, they died because creators got sick of getting millions of views while still struggling to make ends meet.
And that's the thing, that is exactly why I had to start prioritizing YouTube. It's harder, but the payoff once you actually make it is a lot greater. You can start putting more weight into your videos. And that's the thing, YouTube's profit split with their creators is the sole reason why creators like Speed, Mr. Beast, this Sidemen exist. The short form equivalent simply doesn't. They're able to make their money, reinvest that money back into their content, and now they're honestly competing with the likes of Hollywood production studios. And that's why when a creator gets really big on...
Okay, right, I'm not gonna watch any more of that. I just want to see like what apparently is like his like really well researched content is. Trump's Greenland deal. Let's have a look.
Meeting with the... More about this in the future. On Wednesday, Trump announced that after meeting with the Secretary General of NATO, they have, quote, formed a framework of the future deal with respect to taking out against the U.S. buying the entirety of Greenland. Rather, they will have sovereign U.S. But is this not a transaction? Actually saying that maybe it's just a reassurance that the U.S. will not physically invade Greenland because after announcing this whole deal, Trump...
Anyway, I'm not watching a full Dylan Page video. But yeah, I mean, I think when I next stream, I'm going to talk more about like what's happening with TikTok and stuff. But I think I'm going to end it there because I'm just really tired. And it's been 4 hours and it's one of my girlfriend's last nights here. So, right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for supporting and making, once again, as just watching a video like that, making all of this possible rather than fucking just working on TikTok videos. I hope that you have a lovely rest of the day. There should be a little VOD up, courtesy of Ethan's Basement later. Yeah, once again, thank you. I'll be live again on Thursday now because we're actually recording No Politic here on Friday. And then I'll be live again on Sunday because I've got to go and do an event in London on Saturday. So yeah, I'm incredibly grateful. I hope you have a lovely rest of the evening and I will see you guys soon.